I would say not necessarily. I would say that when you are in the classroom and you are seeing social interactions,
So describe that for me with Tanner. What was his classroom behavior like? His social interactions.
so Tanner struggled socially, partially, I'm sure, from moving. Coming in the middle of the year is hard to do. And so struggling with social social norms, I would say.
Do you remember having friends?
I do not, but I don't think he was with us. I feel like, I know it wasn't the beginning of the year. I know it wasn't the end of the year. So I don't remember exactly the time frame. I just remember that it was kind of a chunk in the middle of the year.
Can you recall like how other children were treating him at that time or not?
They thought he was they thought he was odd. He didn't. When you're in 5th grade, you're starting to recognize like that maybe you shouldn't announce to the class that you have to go to the bathroom, you know, that kind of stuff. So maybe a little standoffish. But we also, there were a lot of things that I did to try to build community.
Okay. Tell me some things about that, about the structure of your classroom.
We did class meetings every morning, and which composed of a greeting, where we worked on making eye contact and greeting each other, and then we would do a one-word check-in so that people would know, hey, and people could expand if they wanted to on how they were doing that day, so that the class would know if someone's struggling a little bit to maybe give some space. And we would usually play some sort of little game in that little morning meeting.
And did you think that structure that you had going, the routines you had going, were those helpful for him?
I couldn't say. I think that they were helpful. Morning meetings were something that I did for years, and I think they were helpful to my class.
And you mentioned like one of the social norms he was violating was kind of blurting things out. Was that common?
Yes.
What about, did you have art and music in your class?
Yes.
Did Tanner react to either of those well?
I can't remember specifically Tanner, but the children, we would listen to Disney soundtracks for group work, and then classical music for independent work. And that was just something that I would play lowly in the background so that it wasn't so distracting, like if you heard pencils dropping and things like that.
Do you remember what your relationship with Tanner was like?
I enjoyed being Tanner's teacher.
You think he enjoyed teaching him?
I thought so, yeah.
Did you ever see Tanner get upset?
Actually, I don't recall, no. Nothing that sticks out.
So for you, you were able to keep him calm and motivated?
I think so. I do remember when he left that the school he went to called us pretty quickly to ask what were some things that we were doing to help with classroom management. So I enjoyed I enjoyed being a teacher.
It sounds like you put a lot of thought into it. Were you able to try to talk to the other teachers and try to tell them about your relationship with Tanner and what had worked well for you?
Mm-hmm. I called them.
think Tanner knew that you loved him?
I hope all of my kids know that I love them.
When you talked about Tanner learning out that he had to go to the bathroom briefly, how'd the other kids take that? That held a little uproar?
That was, I would take the class to the bathroom. I would only send them in a few at a time. You don't send a whole class into the bathroom together. The rest of us would sit in the hallway and play a game while we waited for our rotations. The time I remember, we were coming back from the library and everybody had their books. And when it was Tanner's turn to go in the bathroom, he brought me his books and said, "Can you take these back for me? Because I'm going to be in there for a while." And which made me laugh. And the kids kind of giggled about it too. So,
Was there a story about the Mad Libs?
yes, Mad Libs was something that we would do in our morning meeting. It's a good way to learn parts of speech. And Tanner I remember him really loving to do Mad Libs. And we were having a class party. I'm assuming Valentine's, because you only get 3 parties. He really wanted the class to do Mad Libs. And I said, "No, the class doesn't want to do that. We're going to do this." But I said, "But you can take the Mad Libs book and you can do it if you'd like to." And then
Could you spell that?
Mad Libs,
Uh-huh.
like the old, from the 60s, like the MAD LIBS.
Okay.
Mad Libs.
I said that for, okay. go ahead.
Okay. I told him that he could do the Mad Libs by himself if he'd like to, and he did, and he was very much laughing and enjoying himself, but really I could tell he was trying to sell it to get everybody, because doing a Mad Libs by yourself, you know what your adjectives are and your nouns are. It kind of, it's not as funny as when you're doing it with someone who has no idea what the story is.
I remember Mad Libs. What about the story about shampoo?
There was a day where Tanner came and he had his snow hat on, and he came to school and he sat down and he took his hat off, and I looked at his hair and it had some dried bubbles in it, and I said, "Tanner, honey, do you still have shampoo in your hair?" And he immediately felt it and said, "Oh my gosh, I forgot to wash it out." And so I sent him to the nurse so that she could help him get his hair washed out.
Did you take care of it?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is Defendant's Exhibit 70. Kristen, are you able to identify that for me?
That is our class picture.
And can you identify Tanner in the photo?
Yes.
Which one is he?
He is on the second to the back row, and he is second from the left.
Thank you. All right, move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 70 and publish the jury.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibit 70 is admitted, and you wish to publish to
Yes.
appoint the 2 jurors?
Yes, please. Second row. Now, what's the jury you have?
Okay. pass the witness?
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, I just have a couple of questions for you. My name is James Stainton, and I'm the district attorney for Washington County. And I get the idea, ma'am, that you love all of your students, don't you? You're one of those teachers, right, that loves all your students. And is that, yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I get, even though, you know, you said that you only saw Tanner for, it would seem like a few months in the middle of the year, is that right?
Yes,
But you put the same effort into him as you do to all of your students, don't you?
Yes.
Of course you do. And you said a little bit, and just to be sure here, it's not unusual for kids that kind of move in the middle of the year to have problems adjusting and socializing, is it?
no, that's not unusual.
Not unusual. But it seemed like that whatever you did for your students, including Tanner, like the morning meetings, you did that for their benefit to help them socialize. Right?
Yes,
And you don't have anything to say, even during that short period, that you knew the defendant, Tanner Horner, that he had any problems with that?
with, I'm
Having
sorry.
the morning meetings and doing the things that you needed him to do?
Yes, he enjoyed the morning meetings, yes.
That's what I was asking.
Okay,
He was able to participate with the other students
yes,
and communicate whatever you had asked it, as far as giving their one word.
mm-hmm,
I'm assuming that's good, bad, or
mm-hmm,
happy or unhappy, is that right?
mm-hmm,
And he was able to do that.
yes.
That's what.
Redirect.
Nothing further, I think.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hang on just a minute. Okay. You'll follow deputy. Who do you have next? Yes? Okay. There's a rule of evidence that's in effect says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. And once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers. Okay? So we're gonna ask you some questions outside the presence of the jury to start. Okay? All right, Ms. Anderson?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, what you would like me to ask.
Well, I'm gonna kind of treat this like a 705 hearing, so,
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, or I can let the state go first. It's whichever way y'all wanna do it.
Oh, well, Your Honor, it's not my objection, so, I mean, have asked for this to take her on voir dire, so
Okay.
I think they get to go first.
Okay.
And Your Honor, for purposes of the record, the witness has requested that we use her name Beth
Okay.
instead of the full name,
That's fine.
and we'll provide the full name to the court reporter.
Okay. Mr. State?
Thank you.
Is it okay if I just say ma'am? Is that okay?
Ma'am's good. I'm old. It works.
I'll make sure of that. And ma'am, it's my understanding that you are a speech-language pathologist by
I am.
training. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, do you have a master's in speech therapy as well?
Yes, I do.
And I think there's something that you also get certified, you get your C's.
I have,
Is that right? What does that mean?
I was the in-home facilitator for the autistic students.
Okay. In-home facilitator.
Yeah,
What is
I
that?
didn't tell you too
Hang
much,
on,
did
hang
I?
on. Gotta have one person talking at one time, so let him finish asking the question before you give the answer. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Stain.
I'll start. What is an in-home facilitator?
An in-home facilitator works with the classroom teacher and works with there at the school to make sure behavior is being reduced in the proper manner, to make sure that the student is there and learns, basically is what it is, without all the erratic behaviors interfering with the ability for them to learn. Plus, the rest of the students in the classroom don't want to be interrupted either. And then they also go into the home, work with the parents, set up a behavioral program so that the parents will know how to react to inappropriate behaviors. And then I also took certain students into the community to make certain that they understood how we behave in public. And then I go home.
Okay. So let me ask you, as part of that, with regard to these students, do you do any testing of these students? Did you do any testing?
Not for autism, that's the diagnostician.
Okay. And did you make any conclusions from that testing as to what you were going to do with those students?
That's correct.
So you took what the diagnostician said and used your training to form a plan.
Exactly. Plus, before I just jumped in there with the diagnostician's recommendations, I went to the classroom and observed.
But you wouldn't be able to testify as to what a diagnostician recommended because you're not the diagnostician.
That is correct.
But you used their expertise in what you're doing.
That's correct.
Okay. And as it applies to the defendant, Tanner Horner, what type of, let me just ask you, what year did you first come into contact with him?
I knew you were going to ask that. It's either 2003 or 2004, somewhere around there.
When was the last time you had contact with him?
Probably the last month of school, the last month of school in December of either 2003 or 2004.
And so you only had contact with him during that one school year?
That's correct.
And what school was that at?
Azle Junior High.
It was junior high. And with regard to your contact with him, did you take the diagnostician's opinions and things and form some form of plan for him?
Yes, sir.
And was that you that did that or somebody else?
That was me.
That was you, okay. There are a lot of people involved when we do special education, so I want to make sure it's you. It was you?
It was me.
And from that plan, what are you going to testify to today as to your interactions with Tanner Horner?
I have been asked to just talk about Tanner, how he was, his behavior, if I had difficulties with him, if I saw erratic behaviors. And I'll be real honest with you, Tanner was a great kid, great kid. We enjoyed each other's company. He behaved. Now, sometimes when he was playing games, because I would take him with another student, and we would go out in the community and we'd, go to a park and perhaps play a game at the table, or go to a restaurant, learn how to order, how to sit and wait for that order to be served. We went out to my place one time because I had pet deer, pet deer. Okay,
I'm going to ask you about it. No, just kidding, go ahead.
I just worked with them, with these students, to help them learn coping to whatever the situation was. Because cognitively, you throw something in on an individual who has Asperger's, Tanner especially, you throw something out of the ordinary into his daily schedule and he's off. He can't adjust to it quickly. You need to slowly get him used to it, help him to think about what his behavior is going to be.
All right, and so the summary of your testimony is only going to be that which with you saw him and
That's
observed
correct.
him. And so you're not planning on testifying about what the diagnostician said? And you're not planning on testifying about all the plans that you created from that diagnostician's recommendations?
Would you repeat that?
Are you planning on testifying about whatever the plans you created relying on those diagnosticians' opinions?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Anderson?
Hi, Beth, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Hold on one moment, let me get to my other notes. In formulating a treatment plan, are you required to rely, or is it necessary for you to rely upon the results and reports of other people, such as a diagnostician?
The diagnostician and the teacher. Yes, ma'am.
Are the treatment plans that you provide and that you perform and develop, are they based upon your training and experience?
Yes,
Are they based upon your personal observations?
yes,
Are they based upon your interviews with the student or with the family and teachers?
yes.
And for today, let me back up. Are all of those things that you obtain, are those necessary in order for you to provide a treatment plan and develop a treatment plan?
Of course they are.
Are your treatment plans tailored to each student?
Exactly.
Why is it important to tailor it to each student?
Repeat.
Why is it important to tailor it to each student?
Well, to meet their needs.
Are you here to offer an opinion whether the diagnoses that was given to you from the diagnostician were true and accurate?
To the best of my knowledge,
Well, are you here to give an opinion about the diagnoses?
yes, I can do that.
Well, have you been asked to give an opinion on that, I guess I should say? Or are you here to talk about the treatment plan that you provided for Tanner?
I haven't been asked.
Not yet, anyway.
Not
right?
yet, that's right.
Okay. But is it your understanding that today, when we get in front of the jury, that you will be asked to tell the jury what your role was in Tanner's life during that time you spent with him?
Yes,
And are you here to tell the jury about the activities that y'all did?
yes,
And are you here to tell the jury about why you chose the activities that you chose?
yes,
And are you here to tell the jury about, again, your observations as to how Tanner responded to those activities?
yes.
I have nothing further on.
Anything else? Is there an objection?
Only thing I would object to is any testimony based on what another expert told her or anything else. Obviously, that would be hearsay and additional expert testimony based upon her experience. But if she's just gonna offer her impressions of being around the defendant, I don't have any objections.
I don't have any problem with that. I don't want her testifying from anything not in evidence that somebody else may have done. So in other words, she can't go into what the diagnostician's records or reports said. She can testify, I received the diagnostician's report, and as a result, here's what I did.
I don't believe I was planning on going into that anyway.
Then we're all on the same page.
Okay.
We are.
and If
Yep.
I could have 2 shakes to run to the restroom?
Okay. Anybody else? Nope. All right, 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes.
We may need 3 now that he's spilled.
Okay. You're doing well. Am I supposed to stand up?
Right, everyone make a seat. We are ready to proceed. Ms. Anderson.
Morning.
Now, for the purposes of this hearing, we're just going to call you by your first name, Beth, is that okay?
That's wonderful.
Well, Beth, if you'll please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Beth Weaver. I was an in-home facilitator and a speech and language pathologist.
Now, you kind of jumped ahead on me. You said that you were a speech pathologist, and that you seem to use that in past tense. Have you retired?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Mm.
As a speech pathologist, what did you do?
I worked with, when I worked in the school district, I worked with students who had cognitive deficits, who had speech impediment, who had dysphagia or swallowing difficulties, who stuttered. I worked with a lot of the students from resource that just had a delay in language and difficulty understanding what was really being asked of them in the general classroom.
Did you work with students with neurodevelopmental disorders?
I did.
Beth, before you retired, you mentioned that you worked at the school district. What school districts did you work with?
All of them. Fort Worth ISD and Azle.
Now, Beth, you also told the jury that you were an in-home facilitator. What is an in-home facilitator?
An in-home facilitator is an individual who tries to help the student adjust to the classroom, what's expected of them in the classroom, how to behave in the classroom, and also goes into the home, works with the parents, makes sure they have a program that would work on the behaviors that need to be worked on. And then I also took individuals out into the environment, teach them how to order at a restaurant, teach them how loudly to talk at the table and how loudly not to talk, and just teach them etiquette and go over situations that they have difficulty staying within the lines of what we consider to be close to normal.
Now, you said that you worked with the families as well. Why would you work with the families?
Because he lives there, and because that program that that student is working on in the classroom, the same type of reinforcement and the same type of punishment and the same type of results are expected out of the home also.
What happens if you don't have that balance where you're working with you in one case where the rules are enforced and then going home and the rules are not enforced? How does that affect the efficacy of the program?
It affects it for sure, because the student is at home much more than they are at school. I know that everyone thinks they're at school all day, so they're at school longer, but the effect of the home disciplinary actions affect what he's or she's going to do at school. If they get away with interrupting or whatever, you know, losing their temper, getting their way, being a spoiled child, they're going to expect that very same behavior when they get to school at first.
So it seems that this program that you developed isn't just a behavior modification for the student, but also for the people at home.
That's right.
You're on the approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Beth, I'm going to hand you what's already been admitted as defense exhibit number 69. If you'll just glance through those for a moment for me, and you can keep those up there. And Beth, while you're glancing through those, I was just going to ask you a couple of questions. One is, as an in-home facilitator, did you maintain records of your visits with Tanner and his family?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you're looking through those records, I want you to tell the jury whether or not your records from your visits are contained in those records.
Give me a minute. Yep, they sure are.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are the records that you?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. Beth, are the services that you provide to the students, do they fall into the category of being therapeutic?
Yes,
Why is that?
because we're changing behavior.
Did Azel always have in-home facilitators?
No, ma'am, I was the first. You have met the first.
When did they start using them?
2003, I believe. Maybe a little bit in 2002.
What were some of the reasons a student might qualify for an in-home facilitator?
Behavioral issues. Let me just say, can I speak freely?
Yes, ma'am.
Autism is,
Well, hang on, let's do this. Let's do a question and answer, okay?
Okay. At the time that Azel ISD started these programs, were they having a lot of autistic students in the school? Or did they have a lot of autistic students in the school?
we had our share.
Were there any difficulties that these students were having in relation to mainstreaming?
Absolutely.
The program that was started, was that started to help these autistic students kind of navigate school?
Yes.
And your role in that was as a navigator?
Yes.
When the program first started, how many students were you responsible for?
In the beginning, 7 or 8. As time went on, it grew into the teens.
Now, Beth, what was the goal of the in-home facilitator program?
Is to help the student control their behavior, to help the student understand why a certain behavior is necessary, to help the student navigate through life using the behaviors they have learned.
How was it determined, or how did ISD decide who was in or wasn't in the program?
They were tested by another individual, a diagnostician.
And if they met the qualifications, then they would be admitted to the program?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Tanner admitted to this program?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you said that they would be seen by a diagnostician. Was it just a diagnostician, or were there other requirements that had to be met in order to be admitted into the program?
Phew. What do you mean by other?
Well, was it just one person, or did you have a team of people?
Team.
What other types of team members helped make that decision?
The teacher would be involved, the diagnostician, the school psychologist, and the school counselor, and the speech and language pathologist.
You mentioned a whole set of goals that the program had. What did you do to help these students achieve those goals and to navigate?
I worked with them on coping behaviors. I put them in situations that I knew would cause them anger or frustration so that we could work through that and let the student understand, oh, yeah, if I do this behavior, it's a whole lot better than the other one I've been doing.
Now, you said that you had about 7 to 8 students. Did you have specific schedules for each student? Did you work with them as a group? Did you work with them one-on-one? How did that work?
Most autistic students I saw on a one-to-one basis. And when they reached a certain level of behavior, then I might pair them. You know, I did put a couple or several together, and because that only enhances their ability to be around people and behave correctly.
Now, Beth, I want to turn your attention to Tanner Horner. In your capacity as an in-home facilitator, did you ever provide services to Tanner?
Yes,
Do you recall what grade he was in when you first started the services?
7th grade, I believe.
Do you remember how old he was?
Lord, no. I don't know how old I am.
And Tanner had qualified through all of diagnostics to get into the program, is that correct?
That is correct. Tanner had also gone to the Child Study Center and went through testing there.
You want me to have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
No, wake up. Don't stay awake. Can I clear something up? Can I clear something?
when you worked with Tanner, did you have the opportunity to observe his behavior with other students?
Yes,
Did you have the opportunity
To observe his behavior with his teachers?
yes,
Did you have the opportunity to go into his home?
yes,
Did you have the opportunity to not just go to his home, but meet with his mother and grandparents?
yes,
Did you take him out into the community?
yes.
I want to ask you a little bit about your observations during these time periods. How would you describe Tanner's ability to recognize social cues?
Social cues, did you say?
Social cues, yes.
Not good.
Why do you say that?
I mean, at times, it was okay. But, he just, his cognitive abilities stopped at a certain point for him to be able to understand jokes, teasing, bullying. He was definitely bullied through school. And those were aggravating to him. And he got angry, of course.
Did Tanner appear to be able to identify other people's emotions or feelings?
At times,
Do you feel that he was able to understand boundaries?
no,
Or why do you say that?
because it's true. That's all I can say is, if he wanted to do something, and whatever he wanted to do was an item that belonged to someone else, it was difficult for him to understand that he couldn't use that item if they did not give him permission.
Beth, I wanted to back up just one bit. As a speech pathologist, did you often work with students on the autism spectrum?
Yes,
And how can a speech pathologist help an autistic student?
training for a speech and language pathologist includes cognitive, includes emotion, how someone interprets others' emotions and how they interpret what it is they're feeling inside of them. And we were trained in methods to do that. That's about all I can tell you. We were trained.
So you had mentioned that Tanner had difficulty recognizing and following social cues. Is that uncommon with an autistic student?
No, it is not.
Now, Beth, what about concrete thinking? Can you explain to the jury what concrete thinking means?
I can. Well, as you know, the difference between concrete and not concrete. Concrete thinking is the ability to think on what goes on in the immediate. I'm not sure I know where you want me to go with this.
I guess what I'm getting at is during the time that you worked with Tanner, did he ever exhibit concrete thinking and taking things too literal?
Oh, yes.
Can you give me an example of that?
Well, if someone, if he were in a classroom and someone was playing a joke on him, number one, he couldn't interpret that as a joke if it was offensive to him. And instead of just dealing with that in a manner that would be accepted, he gets angry. His anger would be pretty bad at times.
Did you ever see him lash out at any other students?
I have never seen that.
Were you ever concerned that he might lash out at other students?
No, ma'am.
You had mentioned that when playing with students, other students, that he could get angry. Could you tell what the basis of the anger was? I mean, was it because anger to get anger? Was he frustrated? Was he annoyed? Could you tell the difference?
He basically didn't, he couldn't understand it. Just couldn't understand it.
When playing with other students, did you ever see him become frustrated with the process?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an example of one of those instances?
I can't remember the name of this game years ago. It was a card game. You collect the cards and then you play I
The
can't remember.
Pokemon?
Might be that, for sure. When I had him with another student, they would play that. They couldn't wait. That was exciting to them. But if the other student did not follow the rules, and believe me, Tanner knew the rules. He just didn't understand all of them, but he could quote them to you. If the other student did not follow those rules, he couldn't take that. He just didn't understand that. No, you can't do that. I told you earlier, you can't do that. He needed the world to behave in the way he had learned the world was supposed to behave. And that's not the world.
Well, how important is structure?
Terribly important,
Why is structure terribly important?
because it's the same thing over and over. There's no change. Tanner had difficulty with autistic students have difficulty with change in general. Any change in the routine, that will set them off. They can't adjust to that. If you sat down with them and you told them ahead of time, and you kind of worked them through it, and you helped them to decide, well, my behavior needs to be this and not this, then they would do all right. But if it was just a change, just happened, that just messes their day up. They cannot adjust to that. They have to learn coping techniques to do that.
Is this one of those things that you worked on with Tanner during the program?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, Beth, before I get into the actual program that you had with Tanner, I want to go back to you collecting all the information in order to develop that program.
Okay.
Now, before you had talked about the importance of going into the home and speaking with the parents and the grandparents and the caregivers in this case, did you, and I believe you told us that you had gone to Tanner's home
Yes,
and you had met with his mother
yes.
and you
No,
met with his
I met with his
grandparents.
mother briefly,
Okay.
mostly grandmother.
How important is it to go to the place where the student lives? Why does that matter when you're developing a program?
Well, it gives me an insight into how they live at home, the circumstances and the environment that they live in. And all of that, of course, affects our behavior.
Well, you said that it can affect your behavior. How can home life affect the behavior of a student who is on the spectrum?
No different than from any other child. Okay? Home life affects every child. The difference is a child who is not on the autism spectrum can adjust to those changes and can go on with the day in a normal manner. Children with autism cannot adjust. They have difficulty adjusting to those changes, and it's frustrating to them.
And that's where you come in to teach some coping skills to help them adjust to those changes.
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you briefly met his mother. What was your first impression of her?
I did not feel like I didn't see any display of mothering. I didn't see that. Tana was upset because she was there in the home and she would get into his things. He didn't like that at all. And she wasn't in, I didn't, like I said, I didn't see her very often. I know I saw her once and I possibly could have seen her twice. She did not, she was not a mother. She just wasn't a mother. She just did not have the motherly instincts. She had problems of her own. And Tanner was put on the back burner.
Can you have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Beth, I'm going to publish what has already been admitted as Defense Exhibit number 69. Do you recognize this document?
I sure recognize that scribbling, yes.
Is that your scribble?
That's mine.
Okay. You had mentioned that Tanner's mom was having some issues. Were there any concerns about her being in the home?
Tanner didn't particularly like it back then. Like I said, she got into his things, moved things around. I mean, he had a routine, and he needed to stick to that routine. And with his mother being in the home, and it was a small home, with his mother being there, it just put a stick in his spokes. He just couldn't roll with it.
Now, Beth, did the grandparents have any concerns with Tanner and the mom being in the home? Or I should say, I see you documented that there were concerns. Is that something that affected the stability of the home?
You need to rephrase that.
I think I do. That wasn't a very good question.
No.
I'll try again.
Okay.
Did the grandparents in this case have any concerns with the mom being in the home?
Oh, I don't
Did
know.
her presence cause any instability?
For him, yes, but I don't know about the rest of the household.
And in your records, you had documented that the mother had not always, or had been in and out of his life, and that he had moved several times during his youth.
Yes.
Why is it important to document that he had moved several times?
Kind of seems like we're just repeat and repeat, doesn't it? It is important because anything that happens in a child's life affects them. And moving around is not stability. And it would be difficult to continue a normal routine in all different situations. Because, I don't know where they moved to. I don't know what that was like. He didn't either. He just had to go.
Right, so moving on to some more of your records. You had noted that the influence of Tanner's mother being in and out of his life was an area of concern, and that the grandparents believed that his aggressive behavior stems from the instability with the mother. Were you able to observe anything to support these concerns?
where did I get, are you asking me, where did you get the idea that they were concerned about the mother being in the home?
Yes.
Well, actually, the grandmother said to me at one meeting that, when the mother was there, that she said her being here infringes upon Tanner's routines.
And we've already established that routines are important, right?
Absolutely.
And I wanted to note one more concern where the parents were concerned that MDT for Thursday, what is that? What is an MDT?
I don't remember.
Okay. And did you, could it be multidisciplinary team?
Did I what?
Could it be multidisciplinary team?
Oh, I bet it is. We could just make something up. Nobody knows.
Now, Beth, one of the things that was noted in your records was that the mother was back home and therefore Tanner's behavior is not exactly the same as before. Would that indicate to you that the mother's presence caused these disturbances?
My opinion is yes.
And one of the other concerns was that the effect of mom being in and out of his life.
Sure.
Oops, getting ahead of myself. Okay. Did Tanner's mom ever get involved in any of the sessions that you had at the home? And Judge, we can turn up the lights if you want.
Okay.
Oh,
Let there be light.
let there. Ask that again, please.
Okay. Did Tanner's mother ever get involved in any of the sessions you had in the home?
No.
Did she ever make her presence known during these sessions?
She was in the room, and that's it.
And would she ever make any comments about what was going on during the sessions, even though she wasn't directly involved with
No.
them? You mentioned his, in your records, you talked about how his behavior seemed to change whether mom was there or not there. Based upon your observations, do you feel that he was doing better with your program when she was in the home or out of the home?
Out.
Why is that?
Because her being in the home interrupts his routine.
Also in that home was his grandmother. Did you, what were your first impressions of her?
She's a lovely lady, and she tried her best.
Did she have her own issues?
Probably. We didn't discuss them.
Did you have the opportunity to watch Tanner and his grandmother interact together?
Yes, a little bit. Sure.
And how'd those interactions go?
It's according to what she asked Tanner to do. But mostly, it was okay. I mean, I'm sure they had their differences, but I never saw him get angry at his grandmother.
Over the course of your sessions with the family and with Tanner, and based upon your observations, did his grandmother seem to love Tanner?
Oh, yes.
And did Tanner
Oh,
seem
yes.
to love her?
Oh, yes. They adored each other.
And did his grandmother seem motivated to try to help Tanner and to make sure that he gets the services that he needed?
Yes.
Do you think she was able to help the way she wanted to, or only the way that she was able to?
I can't answer that for her.
Hang on just a minute. The objection sustained. You don't need to answer that.
I'm not going to answer that.
Did you have the opportunity to meet his grandfather?
Yes, I did.
And did you watch the interactions between Tanner and his grandfather?
Yes, some.
What were those like?
The grandfather was a little more demanding, a little gruff with him at times, I thought.
Did you ever see him raise his voice or hear him raise his voice to Tanner?
Yes,
Did you ever hear him bark at him or snap at him?
yes,
Did you ever hear him say ugly things to Tanner?
no. Just in an ugly tone.
When this happened, were you able to watch Tanner's demeanor and how he accepted this?
Yes,
And how did his demeanor change?
yes.
How so?
You could tell it upset him. You could tell he wasn't happy with what he was being asked to do, and certainly not the way he was being asked to do it.
Was his grandfather very involved in this program that you
No.
established?
Not really.
Did you ever try to get him involved in the program?
No,
Did he ever express any interest in trying to help out?
no,
Did you ever meet with him to try to work with him on how to handle a child that was on the spectrum?
we talked about behavior and how one person's behavior can affect the other person's behavior. But no, we didn't get it. He was a serviceman. I didn't push him too far.
Did he seem receptive to your information?
No,
Did he seem to understand what you were doing was so important?
no.
Did he seem to care?
Well, I think he cared because I was in the home, in and out of the home, and it's not that we didn't get along with each other, because we did. He just didn't understand, had no understanding. He just wanted Tanner to quit having his tantrums, to behave. And he was the one setting Tanner's behavior off.
So it was kind of like a vicious cycle?
It was, yes ma'am.
And so you have to work not just on one, you have to be able to work on both of them?
That's correct.
And if one is not willing or receptive to,
Judge, I'll
Help.
object at this point of leading.
Don't lead your witness.
if one person is not willing to accept the help, how does that affect the other?
Well, the program can't work. Have you ever ridden a bicycle with one tire? It's a little difficult, and that's the way this works.
So let's talk about some of the other parts of the program that you worked on with. You had mentioned earlier about cognitive processing, and I think you also meant social skills. I also mentioned social skills. Let's start with cognitive processing. What did you mean when you said cognitive processing?
What I mean is, when we do a behavior, there's going to be a consequence. And in the normal way the brain works, you can foresee what that consequence may be. So you tell yourself, we don't want to do that. He doesn't foresee that. He just can't foresee that. He has to learn, he learned coping to stop and to think about it. What have I just done? And if I do this, what's going to happen? And that's a hard process for anyone. They have to stop themselves in the middle of whatever's happening. But he could not see, couldn't project what was going to happen.
So is cognitive processing, is that interrelated with the ability to problem solve?
Oh, absolutely.
And you mentioned that Tanner couldn't foresee consequences of his actions. Does that directly impact his ability to problem solve?
It can, yes, and probably does in many ways.
Based upon your observations of Tanner, could you see him attempting to work through the process to solve a problem?
I could. He was getting there, let's put it that way.
And describe that for me.
He would stop. He would always look at me, and I'd just look at him back like, come on, let's think about this. You gotta think about this. So he had learned, at least to stop what he was doing if it didn't feel like it was right. He didn't, in the beginning, he could not do that.
Well, how do our emotions play into our ability to problem solve?
How do our emotions?
Yes, when we're talking about problem solving, you talked about cognitive processing, but do our emotions affect our ability to cognitively process?
Certainly.
And so were you ever let's try that again. Did you ever see a situation where emotions, or Tanner's emotions, got in the way of his ability to problem solve?
Yes. For instance, playing the game with the other student, you know. He knew those rules. He knew those rules, and that student just broke the rules. And so I would watch him, and he got to where, when that happened, he would stop and think.
Did you ever work with him on the importance of being able to compromise?
Yeah.
Why is that important?
Because when you're around people, you have to compromise. It's not all about you.
How did your sessions on compromise go with Tanner?
Well, we didn't have. It's not like we had a session, okay, today we're going to do nothing but compromise. The compromising goes along with the problem solving and hopefully the understanding of what's going to happen. If a certain behavior is displayed, this is going to happen, and that's not good.
Now, Beth, you had also talked about the importance of learning social skills. Why is it important that we learn social skills?
Because we live in a social society.
What kind of social skills did you work on with Tanner?
We worked on talking about what other people wanted to talk about, not always what we wanted to talk about. Allowing other people to join us. You know, if he's working on something, he's doing real well, and they come over and want to join him, you know, let's let them. Maybe they have some good ideas.
You had mentioned earlier about community outings. What kind of outings would you take Tanner on?
We went to the park. We went to restaurants. We went out to my house to see the deer. That's about it. We went to numerous restaurants. Some that were quiet and some that had a more noisy environment.
Why are these community outings important in your work?
In my work,
Yes, and your work with students.
because it helps them to learn to cope and to adjust and to accept what's happening around them without having a meltdown.
Throughout these outings, did you see any improvement in Tanner's behavior
Oh,
and
yes.
his coping?
Oh, yes. Yes, Tanner. At first, the first restaurant, he talked too loudly. And, it interrupted people around us. And as it went on, he learned not to do that. And he would ask me, am I talking too loudly? I would say, a little bit, yep. And he would adjust.
Now, Beth, I have some more of your records here. And one of the things that was discussed was the ability to reduce Tanner's tantrums and increase socialization skills to allow him the privilege of having friends.
Yeah.
Did Tanner have a lot of friends?
No. Tanner was bullied at school. So, he might have had, I don't ever know of one, to tell you the truth, but hopefully he did have friends, but I don't know of a single one.
Now, you had talked about taking Tanner out to eat. And one of the notes that some of the behavior that you observed was he was excited to go with me to get a bite to eat. He was awkward when ordering his meal. He was not vested in any topic other than his areas of interest. I always initiated the conversation, and Tanner would respond, but did not perpetuate a stream of conversation.
Right. Not unless it was his interest.
Was this uncommon, or is this uncommon with a person on the spectrum?
No.
And as you proceeded with these community outings, you said that you were able to see some improvement?
Oh, yes.
And would that be noted by Tanner was being more talkative?
Yes. He communicated better because he talked with us. And he just had an overall improvement, really, which is why I recommended him continue.
And I'm not going to go through all of these slides with you, but I did have a question about these tick marks. What are these tick marks for? So, because when the jury goes back and takes these records back with them, I'd like them to be able to understand what it all means in there.
It means he did well. It means he entered the conversation well. He added to the conversation. He initiated. He talked loudly. Now that one's not particularly good. But his turn taking was really improving. I was very proud of it.
But in spite of some of these, he still had some issues. And again, the jury will be able to take these records back and look at them. But you noted that goals are showing good improvement and continue with the current plan. How important is it to continue with these plans?
It's important. It's very important.
Why is it important?
To strengthen the coping skills that he's learned, and to help build his confidence that he is communicating with others. He's doing a good job. He's turn taking. He's just behaving well.
At this point, you recommended that the school continue with the current plan. Do you know if that happened?
I don't know for sure, but I don't think so.
And what can happen if a person who is learning new skills, showing improvement, is suddenly taken out of that program? What happens to those skills?
Well, I can't really say. It would be the individual. Speaking about our individual, he will either continue with what he's learned, or it will go by the wayside.
Well, let me ask you this. how difficult is it to transfer the skills that he is learning with you while in your presence in these semi-controlled environments? How difficult is it to take that and put it into another context where he may not be with you, may not be in a controlled environment? I guess the transferability of these skills.
Yes. Well, at first it was difficult, but when he learns how to behave in a manner that is acceptable, then he goes on and he uses them. It was, in my opinion, it was very important that he continue. And I just don't think it happened.
Now, Beth, it's been 20 years since you've had Tanner as a student. It's been over 20 years since you were his in-home facilitator. How do you remember him so well?
I liked him. He was a great kid, and he was mannerly. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I did that. I just had fun with him. He was a fun kid.
Now, Beth, you understand that he has pled guilty to the offense of capital murder that involved a kidnapping.
Yes, I do.
And you understand that there have been other allegations involved with that kidnapping and murder of Athena.
I don't know that. I have not involved myself in anything.
Now, Beth, are you saying that Tanner's autism was, the reason why this incident occurred?
No,
Do you feel that it's an excuse for what happened?
no,
Do you feel that it justifies him
No.
doing what he did?
no.
Do you feel that it's a defense to what he did?
It's what?
A defense to what he did?
No, I don't. I'll tell you where it comes in my mind, is this young man should have never been in that truck by himself.
Now, Beth, I want to go back to one last question, and that is, when you were Tanner's in-home facilitator, did you enjoy spending time with him?
Did I what?
Did you enjoy spending time with him?
Yes, very much.
All right, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Staten, do you anticipate much cross-examination first?
There's been a lot gone over, Judge. I don't know where it's gonna go.
All right, let's take our morning break, okay? We'll start back up at 10 minutes to 11.
tell me you're going backwards?
You're backing up.
Wait, tell me you're backing up? Okay.
Beep, beep, beep. What are we waiting on? Yeah, they're important.
You know, everyone can be seated, and we can. All right, Mr. Staley, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And your work with our youth for so long, appreciate that. I'm gonna go through just a couple things with you here, and we'll let you get out of here, okay?
I appreciate that.
Ma'am, it sounds like to me that even in the limited time that you knew the defendant, Mr. Horner, it seems like you put a lot of work into it. Is that right?
Yeah, I did.
And I take it from your explanations of things, this was not unusual for you to put this type of work into a student.
Don't ever get my job. Yeah, well, you have to, you know, you learn to love them, and you want to do the best for them.
Okay, go ahead.
Is your microphone on now?
It is now.
Do you sing?
I've been known to sing at times.
All right, back on top.
Back on topic.
And it's fair to say, though, that whatever you're talking about today about Mr. Horner is from 25 plus years ago, is that right?
A long time ago, yes, sir.
And so I'm going to go through a couple of things here, but what you do remember, and you've looked at your records there, is that he had the capacity to change his behavior. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
And you
not as easily as, not as easily as children that aren't under the autism spectrum. But yes, his behavior can be changed, and it was.
And you noted that in your report, and I think we saw the little hash marks and things on there where you're giving him a score that says he's doing better as you're working with him. Is that right?
That's right.
And it seems like for all your records, he continued to do better throughout your training with him.
He did.
And this is through, you said the 7th grade, is that what you said
Yes.
earlier? And at some point, it's up to him as to whether or not he continues with his positive behavior or not.
That's true.
Now, we talked a little bit about the family situation, and it looks to me from your records, and I think one of your records says specifically that the grandparents were always a stable factor in his life. Did I read that right?
That sounds like something I would write, because I felt that way.
All right, I'll leave it at that. And because of that, I think you said that his grandparents, one or both, would at least attend your sessions or meetings or what have you. Is that right?
Except when we had our outings to restaurants, etc. But yes, they were there in the home.
All right. And you'll agree with me, being there in that home, if you had seen anything that you felt was a problem in that home with the grandparents, with Mr. Horner in the 7th grade, you would have reported that, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would have.
Because that's because you're a mandatory reporter in Texas.
That's correct.
So you felt comfortable being in the home and working with Tanner in and out of the home.
Yes, I did.
And so as part of that, you said you taught him a lot of things about social cues, cognition, thinking, things of that nature, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your program, and correct me if I'm wrong here, But it seems like you're teaching them a lot about how they're supposed to act out in society. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this is not unusual for all sorts of kids with all sorts of other disabilities, not just autism.
That's correct.
And so in that vein, the things that you're teaching them is things on a basic level, like right and wrong. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? So not stealing. Is that right?
As far as behaviors go.
Behaviors, of course. All the way down to what voice level you're supposed to use in a restaurant.
Yes.
And those are those things that you are ingraining in them and giving them examples and showing them the right way to act.
Yes, sir.
And in this particular case, even though you had a limited experience with Mr. Horner, you've indicated that he understood and had the capacity to make those right decisions. Correct?
Yes, if I understand what you're asking.
Well, I guess you said a little bit that that if given your skills and given your training, that he had the ability to stop what he was doing if he didn't feel like it was right. That's what you said a minute ago.
Uh-huh.
And so you're teaching him what is right and what is not right.
When it comes to him, yes.
To him, of course. And at some point during that, you indicated that he was able to improve, and I think you said he was getting there.
He was. He sure was.
That's right. And that he can do these things, correct?
He has been informed. Whether or not he applies it, that's up to him. But yes, he had learned.
Now, went over a lot of things. I'm trying to catch up here. So we talked about kind of this relationship. It seemed to be a little bit of a tense relationship with the mom being there and the grandparents participating in it. Would you agree with that?
I would.
But even though that was going on, we still had the grandparents being active in his life.
Absolutely.
And this is not the first time you've had grandparents raise a child, is it?
No.
And even if mom was being disruptive or causing a problem, that was Mr. Horner's base, was his grandparents.
That's right.
And I think you talked about his grandma. I think you described her as a lovely woman. Is that right?
She's very lovely.
And I think you described grandfather as a little more gruff. I think that was your word.
Rough, cranky. Yeah,
Cranky.
that was Bill.
Kind of a get off my lawn kind of guy.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
And given his military experience and where he had been in the world, did you blame him for being a little gruff?
Not at all.
Because you remember he had been a soldier at some point. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe in the Vietnam War.
Exactly. So when we're going through this and we're talking about Tanner, you at least attempted for the time that you were with him to teach him those skills that we saw up on the board.
Yes, sir.
Now let me ask you this. You also said that you taught him manners, right? And you appreciated his good manners. I think that was right, wasn't it?
I don't know if I said I taught him manners or not, but I taught him how to behave, was trying to get into his head how we behave in public.
Right. And I think you said that he was a yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am.
Absolutely, but he came to me like that.
So he had some pre-training on how to act.
Yes.
But you also said he had the ability, when he had done something wrong, to say he was sorry.
That's right.
Now, in this particular case, You said something earlier, and I want to ask you about it. You said that Tanner should have never been in that truck. Is that what you said?
That's exactly what I said.
And I guess I need to know
Alone.
alone. So I guess what you're saying is that he shouldn't have been trusted to be in that truck alone.
Right. And that's not to say that he couldn't do that job and do it well. That's to say, when circumstances don't follow the norm for him, cognitively, he can't, what he's telling himself is, just fix it. Let's just fix this. And sometimes his fix is worse than the problem.
Right. And what's your understanding of what he initially did to Athena Strand that precipitated this event? What's your understanding of that?
Well, from the news, back when we lost Athena, it's my understanding that he was backing the truck up and bumped her, or, I don't know, hit her with the truck some way.
Mm-hmm. And that's why you're saying that he shouldn't have been alone in the truck,
That's
because
right.
your understanding is that he hit her with the truck.
That's right. Think about it. If another adult had been in that vehicle with him, the outcome would have more than likely been very different, and we would still have little Athena.
But you understand, if the fact is that he did not hit her with that truck, that creates a whole different situation.
He didn't?
If the evidence is that he did not hit her with that truck, and that did not happen as you understand it, that changes your opinion on things, doesn't it?
Well, it doesn't change my opinion, because my opinion will always be he should have had another adult in the car with him, in the vehicle with him. What it does, it makes me wonder what the whole thing was about. Why?
And you're not telling us today that his autism had anything to do with the criminal offense in this case?
With the outcome, you're going to have to ask that a
Yeah,
different way.
I mean, are you saying that his autism caused him to kidnap and murder this child?
No. I'm saying it did not.
That's what it's showing.
Redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Oh, no.
Beth, I only have that many questions, okay? Do you think that Tanner would have been able to make the changes that you noted without intervention?
No, I don't.
Do you think he would have been able to maintain those changes that you saw over the 1 year that you dealt with him without continued intervention from someone like you?
It would certainly be a disruption in his ability to carry on with it, yes.
When the state asked you about teaching Tanner the ability to know right from wrong, were you talking about his ability to make the right decision in problem solving?
Yes,
And does that go back to his inability to foresee his consequences or the consequences? of-
exactly.
Okay. That was 4 questions, so I still have 1, but I'm going to give that time back to the judge. I have no further questions.
Mr. State.
Hallelujah.
Nothing further on.
May this witness be excused.
No objections, Your Honor.
You're done.
I'm done. Well, I
What's
can't
that?
say I enjoyed it, but y'all have a good day.
What's your step?
All right.
Let me see counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. And if you get to the point, Doctor, where you need to approach the board, please feel free to get up and walk around.
Very
Okay?
good. Thank you,
All
sir.
right. Mr. Goble.
Thank you. Dr. Lewine, would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jeffrey David Lewine. I am a neuroscientist by training, so I'm an expert on the brain.
Okay, can you, tell me a little bit more about what neuroscience is?
Yeah, so I do have some slides here, although it's not working. Just ignore these for the moment. Just listen to me. They're mostly for me. So neuroscience is the study of the brain, the spinal cord, and the nerves in health and disease. And it includes everything from the basic biology of individual brain cells to how brain cells are interconnected to form networks that support things like memory, attention, the emotional regulation of behavior, to clinical aspects of neuroscience, so how when the brain is damaged, that manifests as disease or injury. And then finally, the techniques that we use to look at the brain. So things like magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, PET imaging, something known as positron emission tomography, and also electroencephalography, EEG. These are all methods that we can use to give us insights into the structure and function of the brain.
Let's talk a little bit about your qualifications to do that type of work and to give those opinions. What's your educational background?
Yeah, so I actually have bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in neuroscience from the University of Rochester in upstate New York. I was then a postdoctoral fellow in neuroscience and biophysics at Los Alamos National Laboratory. They got lots of people working on bombs and things, but they actually have a very large biology group, and neuroscience was part of that.
And are there particular areas of neuroscience that you specialize in?
Yeah, so I am generally recognized for my work in different types of imaging technologies. So again, MRI, PET, EEG. I do work on a number of conditions, most notably autism spectrum disorders, traumatic brain injury, epilepsy, and post-traumatic stress disorder.
And where do you currently work?
So I wear lots of different hats depending on what day you find me. So I am the Chief Executive and Chief Scientific Officer of the Center for Advanced Diagnostics, Evaluation, and Therapeutics, located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Cadet is involved in the development and evaluation of new diagnostic tools and new therapies for autism, PTSD, and traumatic brain injury. I'm also the CEO of Neuroscience Expert Consulting Services of America. That is the small business that is involved in legal work, in this case here. I am an affiliate professor of translational neuroscience at the Mind Research Network, also in Albuquerque. MRN was established by a $60 million grant from the United States Congress to look at brain structure and function in health and disease, especially psychiatric disorders. I have faculty appointments in neurology and psychology at the University of New Mexico, and I'm also the director of research for a small pharmaceutical company, Beyond Barrier Therapeutics, where we're developing and testing new therapies for traumatic brain injury and something known as organophosphate poisoning.
Are you a medical doctor?
So I am not a medical doctor, I'm a PhD.
So you're not here to specify your diagnosis for Mr. Horner, any particular condition like a doctor would do?
That's correct. So I don't do diagnosis. I'm involved in the science of treatment, but I don't do direct treatment. I don't prescribe medication. I don't do diagnoses for individuals.
Okay, so for this case, I'm here to use your expertise as a brain scientist, for lack of a better word, to talk about Athena Strand.
Yeah, I was explicitly asked to use the technologies that are available in neuroscience to get an understanding as best as possible of Tanner's brain structure, brain function, and to, based on putting that within the historical context of the information that we have on him, to try and understand what might have caused these abnormalities in brain structure and function.
And is there any kind of independent evidence that you're qualified to integrate the types of information you'll be talking about here today?
Yeah, so I do this type of integration of methods on a daily basis. I have had faculty appointments at numerous universities throughout the country. I've had appointments in the Department of Radiology, appointments in neurology, psychiatry, psychology, even electrical engineering and computer science. So I've got a very broad background in neuroscience and integrating various different types of information.
And do you present your research at scientific meetings?
Yeah, so I have done invited presentations at more than 100 different national and international scientific meetings.
What about publications? Have you been published?
Yeah, so I've got over 75 peer-reviewed publications. I'm the co-author of a textbook on functional brain imaging.
And how is your work funded?
So my work is predominantly funded through research grants. So I've had funding from the Department of Defense, National Science Foundation, National Institutes of Health. I currently have a $2 million contract with Special Operations Command of the Department of Defense for developing and evaluating a new therapy for traumatic brain injury. And just earlier this week, I submitted a application to the Advanced Research and Project Agency for Health for $40 million to examine post-traumatic stress disorder.
Do you do mostly legal work?
So legal work is about 40 to 50% of my effort. Mostly I'm involved in doing these grant types of things. Again, evaluating new therapies, developing new therapies. I do some legal work. It's split between civil work and criminal work like this. About 60% is civil work, 40% of that is the criminal work.
So, have you ever testified as a neuroscience expert in court before?
Yes, so I testified to my neuroscientific opinions.
No, I don't want things being displayed here that are not in evidence,
Okay.
okay?
Yes.
Okay, again, this is stuff that's not admitted into evidence. I mean, there's stuff on the board here that is not admitted into evidence.
I think all of that would be on his CV, so we can go ahead and move to that part.
Will you have any objection?
Well, I mean, it was shown to me, and I wasn't really understanding exactly where they were going with this. None of this is in evidence, and I guess it depends on what they're offering it for.
Well, it appears to be a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
So, do you have, you've seen it?
I have seen it.
Do you have any objection?
Well, my objections would be to anything in it that's obviously hearsay, and if it goes to his opinions that are expert in nature outside of his expertise, I would also object to it on that basis. But I don't.
All right, y'all retired to your end. Everyone may be seated. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I mean, he's flicking the deals, and I'm like, wait, what's going on? So,
Well, with the other experts, I'd introduce the CV first, but nothing on here is going to be contained on the CV so far.
well, but I mean, he's testifying, and like this, I've been recently awarded 1.5 million from the Special Operations Command. He's not testifying. I mean, we got stuff up here on the jury that the jury's reading that he's not testifying to, and I want to clear that out. So with this PowerPoint presentation, is there anything in here that the state is going to object to? I mean, I'm going to let him testify to it, but I don't want it being shown to the jury as an exhibit.
Okay. That's the last screen with anything about his career.
Okay.
The rest of it is the materials that we provided yesterday and today.
Okay.
His finding. It's based on the radiology report of Dr. Bono and the PET scan and the EEG scan, and then the quantitative analysis that Milan did himself.
Okay.
Well, some of the stuff, I mean, we didn't go over all this stuff in the 705, if I remember correctly, but there's stuff in here about he's making assessments as a defendant as to what his toxic exposure is, what it's from, his neurodevelopmental disorders, which he can't diagnose, that comes from somebody else.
Well, but I'm assuming he relied upon the other reports that have been testified to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's correct, but he's not able to make any form of diagnosis and make any conclusions that Mr. Horner is suffering from any of these. He's not, he doesn't have that ability.
Well, that's already been testified to, so he can rely upon it.
May I ask?
Yeah, I mean, if it's gonna be, are they offering it just to be demonstrative, to just show certain things, or are we trying to admit it actually into evidence? What do we,
This is just demonstrative evidence. We have his 3 reports we're going to move to enter, and we have his CV, it's already been entered into the record, and we're going to move to enter it for all purposes.
Okay.
And
Do
then
you have any objection to that?
we're-
I don't think so.
Okay.
I had no intention of putting in every, well, I mean, the images we're going to use. I think the report itself probably contains.
As long as we're going to introduce it so the jury can have it if they deliberate, I'm good
I'll do
with
the
it.
next thing.
Okay, all right.
Okay?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, sorry.
Demonstrative, I mean, I'm gonna say demonstrative only on this as far as the
Yeah,
power.
this is demonstrative only. I don't intend for this to go back to the jury. That's why I supplied it to him.
But we will mark it, we'll introduce it for purposes of the record.
We can absolutely. Sure.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I just want to make sure I understand. So, information about toxic exposures that's in reports that I have read, am I allowed to?
I would
it's-
next ask you to identify these, which will be your 3 reports and your CV.
And that came from Dr.
This is the one.
Speck, correct?
Yes.
The lead.
Okay. You can rely upon Speck because he has testified in front of the jury.
So Dr. Davies has not testified yet? He did a formal report?
Yes.
Am I allowed to talk about his
Here's one that
observations?
we did a 705 on already.
You are allowed to testify that you received a report from Dr. Davies, but don't go into the report.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Would that include anything that he's gonna testify as potential conditions and results with regard to the defendant that you took into consideration in making, I mean?
You may
it's all-
testify that you received a report from Dr. Davies that you relied upon, but do not go into anything involving the contents of Dr. Davies' report.
No, but from his perspective, he had, from his neuroscience perspective, what he did, he will be able to say whether his results are consistent with FESD, ASD, those things, but not talk about what Davies is saying.
I'll let him do that.
Does that make
And
sense?
am I allowed to indicate that Dr. Davies' report indicated that there was likely alcohol
No,
fetal
you're
alcohol
going
exposure?
into the report,
Okay.
okay?
And some of that's on this.
Well, that's just for demonstrative purposes, so it'll all tie up, so let's go.
Does that make sense?
All right, let's go.
I'm just gonna start here, so.
That's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's what I get for doing something out of order.
I mean, wait, whoa, time out.
Well, Dr. One did offer this, all I had to say, or, you know, it's like, I just got it.
We're good.
Okay.
All right, everyone may be seated. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Gold.
Dr. LeWine, is Defendant's Exhibit 50 a true and accurate copy of the proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that was previously admitted to the record. I move now to admit it for all purposes.
Any objection?
No objection to
The State's Exhibit 50 is admitted for all purposes.
Dr. LeWine, is Defendant's Exhibit 71 a true and correct copy of your MRI report?
It's the brain integrity check MRI report, correct?
Your Honor, I move to admit that it's,
I'm sorry.
I would move to admit that report at this time.
71, any objection?
No objection.
All right, Defense Exhibit 71 is admitted.
Dr. LeWine, is Defendant's Exhibit 72 a true and accurate copy of the EEG, MEG physiology report?
Yes, in this case, it's just EEG, so the BIC EEG report.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 72 at this time.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Defendant's Exhibit 72 is admitted.
Dr. LeWine, is Defendant's Exhibit 73 a true and accurate copy of the PET report?
It's my PET report, correct?
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I move to admit Defendant's Exhibit 73.
Any objection?
None, Your
Defense Exhibit 73 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're going to, one more question. Dr. LeWine, did you review any other materials or records in preparing your report or preparing your testimony?
Yes, so I reviewed extensive records and also a number of expert reports.
I believe I was asking you if you had testified in court before. You answered that. Have you ever testified in criminal cases in Texas?
Yes, on numerous occasions.
And I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation that we're just going to be using to help explain your testimony to the jury.
Yes, I'm going to go down here and go into a little bit of professor mode here for a little bit. The pointer doesn't work very well, so it's a little bit easier if I'm down here directly. Can you all hear me okay? Perfect, thank you.
All right, so can you start by giving us a little tutorial on neuroscience, and what the relationship is between the brain structure, the functioning, and behavior?
Yeah, and so in order to understand what we're seeing in different imaging techniques, I need to give you kind of a little quick tutorial on the brain, how the brain works. And so the brain really is the basis of all complex behavior. It controls how we interact with the world. It controls how we interact with each other. And when we think about the brain, so the brain is composed of different types of cells. The most important one are the neurons. So the neurons are the computational units in the brain. And they basically have three parts to them. They have the cell body, which is the command center. They have the dendrites, which is how signals get into the neuron. And then they have the axon, which is how signals get out to the neuron, go over to the next cell. And so the cells are basically interconnected with a little space here known as the synapse. And your brain has about 80 billion brain cells in it, 80 billion neurons, and about 100 trillion synapses. Okay? So it's an extraordinarily complex system. And again, it's got the computational units, the cell bodies, and they reside in what's known as the gray matter. And then they have the axons, which interconnect to different cells. That's what's known as the white matter. And so you're going to hear about me talk about gray matter and white matter as we go on. And sir, I apologize, that is my glucose sensor alarm going off, and I thought I turned it off, but I didn't. It's going to beep. Can I go and
No, you're fine.
just let it beep?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or can you turn it off?
I can't turn it off.
Why don't you go turn it off?
Okay, my apologies. I thought I had.
Sorry, Judge, it's been one of those mornings.
I agree.
Thank you, sir, I apologize.
Yes, sir. Mr. Coble, you may continue.
Dr. White, can you pick up where you left off there?
So again, so there's the computational units, there's the interconnections between them. And so if you damage the gray matter, the computational units, or you damage the white matter interconnections, that's going to disrupt function. And so, for example, the brain actually has some degree of specialization. There are certain parts of the brain that are mostly responsible for visual information processing. Other parts of the brain that are involved in auditory processing. And then there are networks in the brain. So the part of your brain that understands language is in the left temporal lobe. The part of your brain that actually lets you talk and communicate is in the left frontal lobe. And so those are where the computational units are, and then there's axons, white matter pathways, that interconnect those parts of the brain just like the telephone wires. So if you damage either the left temporal lobe, the left frontal lobe, or the interconnections, you get a disruption in language function.
When you're talking about language networks, are there other networks for the brain?
So there are many, many other networks. There are networks for controlling memory. There are networks for doing things like recognizing faces. There are networks for controlling emotion and regulating behavior. And there are also networks in the brain that support what we call social cognition. So this is just a caricature with the areas in yellow showing those parts of the brain that are involved in social cognition. Social cognition is your ability to interact with other people, to recognize their face, to recognize their emotions, to communicate effectively with them, to have empathy for someone. Something known as theory of mind, which is your ability to understand what someone else is thinking. All of those things are controlled by the brain, controlled by specific parts of the brain, interacting with each other.
And is everyone's brain the same?
So, no, everybody's brain, there's a general organization, but the fine details are different. So my brain has basically the same general area in the back of the head that's involved in visual information processing as your area. But my brain is wired a little bit differently than your brain.
Okay, so does that mean that people perceive and interact with the world different in different ways because of the way that their brains are different?
Yeah, so there are a couple of things that are important. So one thing to keep in mind is that the brain develops. So the brain you were born with is not the brain that you end with. And there are many, many factors that influence your brain development. Your genetics is important. The environment you grow up in. So if you grow up in a nice, kind, loving environment, your brain actually wires differently from somebody who grows up in what we call a toxic stress environment, where there's not enough food, where there's violence. Toxic exposures, alcohol, drug abuse, all of those things impact your brain, psychiatric disease, and things like head trauma. And so as a result, everybody's brain is somewhat different, and this changes how you perceive the world. So I don't know if any of you recognize this, and I don't know how well it's going to show here. This is the infamous yellow and white dress that was on the internet. I look at that dress, and it is yellow and white to me. Both of my daughters, when they look at that dress, it's blue and black. And I don't know if anybody here is seeing blue and black, but about a third of people see this as blue and black. And my daughter's like, Dad, you're crazy. That is white, that is blue and black. And I'm like, no, it's not. It's white and gold. It has to do with the way that my brain wired itself to perceive color and the location of light sources. Much to my chagrin, the actual fibers in the dress are blue and black. I'm misperceiving it. But the point is that how you perceive the world, how you interact with the world, is a function of how your brain is developed. And if normal people, if neurotypical people can have such widely different perceptions, imagine what happens when you put brain injury and dysfunction on top of that. So how you perceive the world, how you interact with the world, is a function of how your brain is wired and functioning.
Okay, so what factors influence how your brain develops and how it gets wired?
So again, there are all of these different factors that influence things. And so anytime we start to look at brain damage, we start to think about brain dysfunction, and we want to try and understand what the potential causes are, we need to look at all of these different factors.
Now let's talk about Tanner specifically. Can you tell me about some of the things that you've reviewed in his history and records that have at least the potential to disrupt the brain structure and function from your point of view?
So one of the things that I do is I go back and look at medical records, school records, jail records, trying to identify all the things that we know of that potentially cause disruption in brain function. And there are a lot of those, and I try to identify the ones that may be relevant in a particular case, in this case for Tanner. And so based on these reports that I reviewed, there are certain things that are in the literature there. So he potentially had some toxic exposures. There are some records which suggest that there may have been some fetal alcohol exposure. There are records which indicate that there was probable lead exposure. There are records that indicate that he had this toxic stress, that he grew up in an environment that wasn't the ideal environment for raising a child. And you've heard a little bit about that, you're going to be hearing more about that. He has what we believe are some neurodevelopmental disorders. So you've heard a lot about autism spectrum disorders. And so autism spectrum disorders really are a spectrum. So I do a lot of work with kids with autism. Some of these kids are completely nonverbal, don't make any eye contact.
Judge, I'm gonna object to this. This is an extending narrative without any form of question, and it's non-responsive as well to the particular
All
question.
right, just saying, let's keep it question and answer as much as we can.
Yes, sir. So as part of your work in identifying neurodevelopmental disorders from a neuroscience perspective, have you worked with patients who had autism spectrum disorder or ADHD?
Yes, so I extensively work with individuals with both autism spectrum disorders and ADHD. And in the records, there's indication that those are present for Mr. Horner.
Hang on,
And
question.
is head trauma another area that you would look at for Mr. Horner based on his records?
So there's indications that there may have been some head traumas, not well documented in medical records. But again, I consider head trauma as a possibility for something that might disrupt brain structure and function.
And as a neuroscientist, how do you go about evaluating brain structure and function?
So there are a number of techniques that we use. One of the primary ones is something known as magnetic resonance imaging, MRI. So MRI is a technique for looking predominantly at brain structure. There's a big donut-shaped magnet. So you slide somebody into the magnet, and then you actually pulse at them little radio frequency signals. And the system listens for the radio frequency signals that come back. And those signals that come back are influenced by the tissues in the brain.
Now,
So-
are those images at the bottom type of images we get from an MRI?
Yeah, so these are not Tanner's images, these are just representative images. But so depending on how you pulse the sequences, you can get different types of images. These are what are known as T1 images. They're very good for showing the anatomy. There's something known as DTI, diffusion tensor imaging, which tells us about the white matter interconnections. And one thing that I want to make sure everybody understands, so this isn't like taking a photograph. This is measuring magnetic signals that are coming back from the brain and reconstructing these images. So it's a mathematical, computational thing. It's not like snapping a picture. There are standard ways on how these signals get reconstructed and represented in terms of what the images look like.
And you said there's standard ways, so is this a technology that's widely used in clinical and research and scientific applications?
Yes, so almost every hospital in the United States has an MRI scanner. They all produce basically the same types of images. Not all scanners have the capabilities for the diffusion tensor imaging, but they can all certainly do these types of T1 images.
And this technology has been admitted to courts across the U.S.
Yes, sir.
Did you do an MRI on Tanner?
Yes, so the MRI was actually done at the MRI center. I personally, about a year ago, set up the protocols on the scanner to collect these data. This is just an example of one of the images that comes from Tanner's brain. This is known as a sagittal slice, so it's in this direction here. We're a little bit off the midline. The MRI data that were collected, there were two types in particular of relevance in this case. The T1 images, which were used for something known as volumetrics, which I'll explain, DTI, diffusion tensor imaging. These images were provided to a neuroradiologist, and the visual inspection of these images by the neuroradiologist is that they're within normal limits. So the neuroradiologist, just looking at the images, says there are no gross abnormalities here, there's no tumors, there's not a hole in the head, there's not multiple sclerosis.
Okay, let's back up for a second. So you set up protocols, kind of telling what you need the MRI to do, correct?
Correct.
And then a medical doctor, I believe in this case, maybe Dr. Yon, signs an order for the MRI techs to do it. And then back to the MRI techs that run the machine. You're not running the machine off.
Correct.
And then they give you the data from it.
Correct.
And you're saying that a normal radiologist reads it and says, when you say there's no gross abnormality.
Judge, I'll object as to leading.
Let me hear the question.
I'm sorry, I thought he already said that the radiologist said there was no gross abnormality. What did the radiologist find?
The radiologist did not indicate any gross structural abnormalities in Tanner's brain.
And we're using the term gross like in the term of a large scale. What do we mean there?
What you can see on visual inspection.
And that's where you said visually you can look at it. He saw no tumors, no holes in the brain, those sorts of things.
That is correct.
Okay. So let's go. You talked about a couple other ways that you, as a neuroscience, analyze it. You mentioned volumetrics. Tell me what volumetrics are.
So one of the challenges with MRI is in children with autism spectrum disorders, even very severe autism, MRI shows things in less than 10%. In mild traumatic brain injury, MRI visually shows less than 10%. What scientists and clinicians have jointly developed over the last 2 decades are what are known as quantitative methods. One of those is a quantitative method known as volumetrics, where we actually measure the size of different brain areas. This is done by a computer. And then the values for the client are compared with average values from a normative database. So just like when you have neuropsych testing or you have your blood work done and they come back and say, hey, your white cell count is done, that's comparing your white cell count with the expected average for people who don't have any conditions. So
Hold up 1 second and explain. You talked about using a normative database. Now, first of all, you said volume, and for a layperson, you're really talking about the size of each part of each brain.
that is correct.
And then you said a normative database. Explain how you create that, what that is.
So again, so the normative database is created by MRI images from people without any history of head trauma, neurological disorder, psychiatric disorder, learning disabilities. And so for the work that I do, we're able to compare Tanner's data with a normative database that has about 10,000 people. Now from that, we extract only the male subjects who are within 5 years of age, but it's a very large database. And so we can look at the results and say, hey, this is within normal limits, or this value is too big, or this value is too low. And we can do statistical evaluations. And all of this is done by a computer. So the computer does the identification of the different brain regions. So that's what these colors are. This is just showing the computer calculating these different brain regions. The computer system doesn't know if it's my brain, your brain, Tanner's brain. The only information the computer has, in this case, is at the time we did the scan, I think Tanner was 33 years old, male subject. That's the only information that it has. So it's a very objective, mathematical, statistical way to determine whether or not they're abnormal.
And it's making a comparison between his brain, his values, and neurotypical people within 5 years of age, is that above or below?
Yes.
And that are male?
Correct.
Okay.
And so again, so it's a statistical comparison. So this is just showing a subset here. So the open circles are the values for the database, the neurotypical subjects. And so if Tanner's value is here in green, right smack in the middle, that's within normal limits. If his value is very large compared to the database, that's outside of limits. If it's very small, and we describe how abnormal things are using a statistical measure, something known as a z-score, which basically tells you how abnormal things are.
Okay, and what did Tanner's MRI show?
So Tanner's volumetrics show that things are mostly within normal. There's one particular area in the brain, the left orbital frontal area, that is abnormally low. His value is about 20% lower than what you see in neurotypical subjects. That translates into about 50 million fewer neurons. And again, this here, this underlying brain, this is a caricature based on the calculations. I'm the one who put these colors on and chose the color. So
Okay.
the way you get those colors is the science, and that is standardized. That's how we do it for everybody.
Now, so you're saying that it indicated that he likely had a volume loss, and you were using this to show which part of the brain that would be in. And what does that part of the brain normally do?
And so the left orbital frontal cortex is one of these key brain regions involved in the emotional regulation of behavior and social cognition. It is often disrupted in autism spectrum disorders. Again, that's based on the scientific literature. It can be disrupted in traumatic brain injury. It can also be disrupted in depression.
Okay, and once again, is volumetric something that just you do, or is that a technique that's widely accepted in clinical and forensic and scientific fields?
Yeah, so volumetrics is an extremely well-accepted technique. It is supported by over 5,000 publications. It is routinely used in hospitals throughout the United States. In the clinical world, it is used mostly in the evaluation of epilepsy and Alzheimer's disease, but it's seeing increasing usage in traumatic brain injury. And certainly in the forensic world, we see it being used very commonly with respect to psychiatric conditions, things like depression, schizophrenia, and autism spectrum disorder.
Okay, let me move on to the, I think you said you use another technique called diffusion tensor imaging. What is that?
So diffusion tensor imaging, it's still an MRI technique. It's just a different way of pulsing those radio frequency fields to emphasize different characteristics. In particular, the characteristics it emphasizes look at how water is diffusing in the extracellular space. And so remember we talked about axons. So axons travel in bundles. Because they travel in bundles, water flows, water within the brain moves along the axons as opposed to across them. And so we can use something known, a measure known as fractional anisotropy, FA, to tell us about the integrity of the axons. And so just like we did with the volumetrics, the computer is going to calculate the FA values, in this case for 33 different fiber tracts, and compare the values for Tanner versus a neurotypical database.
Okay, and what is the DTI for Tanner show?
So the DTI for Tanner shows that most of his fiber tracts look to be intact.
Well, hold on for 1 second here and tell me about the images. These are the computer images, or you've added color to help us understand?
So these are the images, so the underlying brain here is just a generic one. The color codes here are showing the tractography. So this is the computer's reconstruction of the fiber tracts in Tanner's brain. The color assignment, again, is very, very standard, not something I do, comes out of the computer algorithm. The different colors are telling you about the direction that the fibers are moving in, whether they're going front to back, up, down, or across. And then again, the computer extracts these FA values, compares it to the normative database, tells us whether they're normal, whether they're high, whether they're low. These blue boxes indicate that those fiber tracts had FA values that were abnormally low, in the lowest 5th percentile.
Okay, explain, let's start with what track we're talking about and what they control, those values you found.
Yeah. So in particular, Mr. Horner has low FA values for what are known as the right and left fornix. This is a fiber tract that's very important in short-term memory. And the low FA values indicate that there's a disruption in the structure of the fornix.
And did you tell us what the fornix, what did you say?
So the fornix is predominantly involved in short-term memory.
Okay. Now, this DTI, is that a technique that only you were using, or is that also common in clinical and research and scientific settings?
This is also a common technique. Diffusion tensor imaging is used, is supported by several thousand publications. Tractography is routinely used by hospitals in planning surgery for people with brain tumors and epilepsy. These types of quantitative analyses aren't too often used in the hospital because they don't change medical care, but they are routinely used in forensic and research settings to understand whether or not there is evidence of white matter dysfunction, white matter disruption in conditions like autism, like traumatic brain injury, like substance abuse.
Now, I think you explained that the volumetrics and the DTI are looking at brain structure. Did you also look at brain functioning, and how would you do that?
Yeah, so looking at structure is one thing, but it's only part of the story. So if you take a group of people with autism spectrum disorders, often, certainly clinically, the MRIs look normal. Even the volumetrics are normal in many of those individuals. You need to actually look at the function of the brain to understand more of what's going on. One of those technologies is something known as electroencephalography. So your brain cells work using electrical currents. So when your brain cells are active, they generate electrical potentials up on the scalp surface, and we can measure those using a special tap. I actually came to Fort Worth. I personally did the EEG exam on Tanner. What comes out from the EEG is a bunch of squiggly lines. These lines are showing how the electrical potential is changing in time at each location. We record from 19 different places over the head.
And are you doing interpretation on that, or is this a computer?
So this is a computer analysis again. So one of the things that can be done with these signals, so if you have a very complicated squiggly line, you can describe the complicated line by a combination of simpler signals. We basically look at how fast the squiggles are and how big the squiggles are. So the computer can take the actual data and calculate how much what we call power there is in each frequency. Power relates to how big the signals are. And so we get values for Tanner for power, different frequencies at each electrode. Just like we did with the MRI, we can compare that with a normative database.
Now, can you back up for 1 second there? You put up there these different gamma, beta, alpha, theta, and what are we talking about there?
So we generally describe, again, the signals by how fast they are. So delta refers to squiggles that are very slow, so between 1 to 4 per second. Beta refers to much faster signals in the range of 20 to 40 per second. And these different types of signals are associated with different types of activity. So delta activity in particular is associated with very significant brain dysfunction. You should not have a lot of delta activity in somebody who's awake. Beta signals are associated with brain hyperexcitability. We see that in anxiety disorders. We see that in autism spectrum disorders. We see that in post-traumatic stress disorders. So by looking at the different frequencies in the scientific literature, we can understand what is or is not abnormal, what it is related to.
EEG is also a technique that's commonly used clinically, forensically, scientifically.
Yeah, so again, in the clinic, it's used predominantly to look at epilepsy and sleep disorders. Quantitative metrics are used in ICUs to look at epilepsy and stroke. These types of quantitative analyses are also used clinically in guiding a therapy known as neurofeedback. That's typically done more by psychologists as opposed to medical doctors, but still clinical work using these technologies.
And the Q up there, is that for quantitative?
Yes, sir.
And that's just kind of another way of analyzing an EEG?
Yes, so the EEG is the basic data, QEEG is the quantification of the data.
Let's move on, and I think you're going to tell us about what Tanner showed, is that correct?
Yeah, so I just need to tell you a little bit more about how we represent the data. And again, this comes from the computer. It's the same for everybody. The computer doesn't know whose brain it is. These are what are known as the power maps. So these are looking at the different frequencies. So again, delta are very slow frequencies, beta are faster frequencies. If it's this very light green color, it means it's within normal limits. And this is not Tanner's brain, this is just a representation here. This particular case had a stroke in the right hemisphere. And so this individual has lots of abnormally increased theta power. That's what the red color is. Again, the computer's assigning these colors. These are standardized. This is using FDA-cleared software for these analyses. There's another measure we can do, something known as coherence, which basically looks at the interconnections between brain areas. And so we do those types of analyses. And so let me just, I'm going to show you Tanner's data in a second here. Let me just show you a typical control subject. So even a control subject, because you're making lots and lots of measurements, may have a couple of scattered abnormalities. Okay? That's common. It's known as the problem of multiple comparisons. You can get some false positive things. We have statistical methods for dealing with that. So here's just an example of a control subject. Here's what we actually find for Tanner. So Tanner has very significant increased theta activity all the way through delta and high beta activity over the left hemisphere of his brain. He's got some minor disruptions in coherence. They're actually not that bad. But his baseline brain rhythms are not neurotypical. They show significant abnormalities. One of the other analyses that we can do is to actually figure out where in the brain things are coming from. And again, this is all done by a computer using FDA-cleared software. This is looking at how abnormal the currents are and where those abnormalities are coming from. This is a generic brain, so the underlying brain is not Tanner, it's just for demonstrative. But the colors and the locations of the abnormalities come from the data from Tanner. And he shows in particular abnormal theta activity and abnormal high beta activity over the left hemisphere, temporal lobe, parietal lobe, a little bit of the frontal lobe.
And what can we learn from that?
So what these data are indicating are, so that the theta is indicating that there's some general brain dysfunction. Increased theta activity is often associated with traumatic brain injury, but you can also see it in other psychiatric conditions. High beta activity is very consistent with an autism spectrum disorder. Now, you cannot, and I can't look at the EEG in isolation and say, aha, this is autism, okay? These are not diagnostic techniques in that sense. They're supplemental information. These are patterns that are consistent with the presence of an autism spectrum disorder that has been diagnosed by people other than myself.
So you're looking at the brain. We know the brain controls behavior, can give you information on other psychiatric or developmental disorders, but you're not diagnosing solely based on this.
That is correct.
Okay, and what about, are we, raising, yeah, there we go. We talked about this is EEG, it's routinely used in clinical, forensic and research settings.
That is correct.
Okay. And what about a PET scan? Was the PET scan done in this one?
Yeah, so the last imaging technique.
First of all, what does PET stand for?
So PET stands for positron emission tomography. So when your brain cells are active, they require glucose. Glucose is the energy the brain cells use. And so PET is a way of looking at metabolism and blood flow within the brain. You actually inject the radioactive glucose, and then the PET scanner images how that glucose is distributed. It does it in conjunction with a CT scan, which is kind of a very fancy X-ray to give you some structural information. So you get the CT structural information, you get the PET information. And I'm just going to show you some things, and I want to be careful to explain this if I may. So the images that get sent to me from the scanner are generally black and white and gray images. They don't have any color on them. There are standard color palettes that are applied to those data to just help to emphasize some things. So that's what the blue and the purples are, to just tell how much metabolic activity there is. So blue is low metabolic activity, yellow is high metabolic activity. Just as we did for the MRI, just as we did for the EEG, the computer algorithms go ahead and calculate whether the values for Tanner are normal or abnormal relative to the normative database. And then the computer goes ahead and puts these blobs on. So these blobs are not inherent in the images. These represent the computer calculations, but they are identifying areas that are abnormal. In this particular case, Tanner has what's known.
Before we get to that, 1 second. Sorry, I missed just completely. So the PET scan, so that was another one where there has to be, you did a doctor's order, you set up the protocols, an actual tech to do the PET scan did the PET.
That's correct.
Okay, and then was there a separate reading on that?
So there was not a formal reading. The imaging center tells me if there's anything grossly abnormal on the PET. They did not tell me anything that was grossly abnormal. So the clinical read of the PET scan is within normal limits.
And that is that, once again, talking about the same thing, we're looking for the big issues, the hospital issues.
Yeah, for looking at tumors, for looking at Alzheimer's dementia, you don't see gross things on PET in general in psychiatric.
And then you get the data, the computer does its magic science here, and now that's what we're gonna talk about.
Yeah, and so the data actually come to me, I actually send it to a company that does these analyses, so it's like a blood test. It gets sent off to a lab, the lab sends you back the results, and then I interpret those results from a neuroscientific perspective.
Okay, so now can you go ahead and proceed with the interpretation? Sorry.
So he has a number of areas which are known as showing hypometabolism. So these are areas of abnormally low activity. And again, the computer is putting on the color codes here. These are standardized codes. This is how they're always used. I don't choose the colors. This is all part of the software. Tanner shows hypometabolism in several areas of the brain, including the orbital frontal cortex, right and left, including parts of the right temporal lobe. He also shows abnormally high metabolism, overactivity. And overactivity is just as bad as underactivity. He shows that in particular in the back of the brain, in a part of the brain known as the cuneus. And then, so one of the things that I have done is taken that information and just for ease of display, color-coded onto a demonstrative map. So blue is showing areas that are hypometabolic, red is showing areas that are overactive.
Now, you mentioned the cuneus there, I don't know if you had mentioned that before. What is that area of the brain?
So the cuneus is actually predominantly involved in visual information processing, but it's also involved in social cognition. In particular, things like empathy, and again, this thing known as theory of mind, understanding what somebody else is thinking.
Now, we previously submitted the 3 reports on these 3 techniques you talked about. How would you put them all together? What does that indicate to you?
So when you put everything together, you basically get this. So the left orbital frontal area is actually abnormal on both the MRI and the PET scan. He's got a number of abnormalities on the PET, so right temporal lobe, bilateral orbital frontal areas, the cuneus is overactive, and he's got this general dysfunction in the left hemisphere gleaned mostly from the EEG. And because each of these techniques is looking at different things, it's not uncommon that there's only partial overlap between what you have. But across these techniques, he has evidence of either structural and or functional disruption in many, many areas of the brain.
Okay, and can you, and what do these parts of the brain do, and what does all that mean?
So remember that we talked earlier on about this social cognition network, the parts of the brain that let you interact with people? He has wide overlaps between his areas of abnormalities and the social network. So dysfunction, in this case, PET abnormalities in the right temporal lobe, abnormalities in the cuneus, abnormalities in orbital frontal cortex. So he has very extensive overlap with the social cognition network. He has lots of the nodes that aren't functioning properly. You actually need only one node to be damaged to get dysfunction. And so the overall profile here is an indication of objective brain evidence of dysfunction in the social cognitive networks of the brain. From a functional perspective, and a neuroscientist, that is most consistent with his history of an autism spectrum disorder. It's not to say that there aren't contributions from other factors like the ADHD, like the toxic exposures, but this pattern is most consistent with social disruption and ADHD.
And can you summarize your overall opinion and what you think may be responsible for the abnormality?
Yeah, so kind of as I just said, he has disruption in EEG, MRI, PET, which collectively show dysfunction and structural disruption in the networks that support emotional regulation of behavior and social cognition, a little bit in some of the memory system, the right temporal lobe, very important for pragmatic language. This is kind of understanding the nuances of language. So he's not, based on the imaging, he's got disruption in those networks. Again, profile most consistent with autism spectrum disorder. Other things might be contributing to this. It's my understanding that Mr. Horner does have a history of some substance use, mostly marijuana, but also some cocaine and hallucinogens. This particular profile is not a good match for those things. It's not to say he hasn't done those things. It's just to say there's not evidence in this particular set of data that his exposure to those substances have caused major permanent brain damage. It's really the autism spectrum disorder that goes hand in hand with these particular findings.
Thank you, Dr. Line. You're on pass ceilings.
Okay. Let's break for lunch. It's on its way. Should be here in about 5 minutes. So we will start back up at 1:15. Okay? See you then.
found where the can is.
I wanted to be ready.
Yes, I appreciate that very much.
All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to carry on cross-examination. Mr. Staton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. LeWine, thank you for hanging out with us for a little longer this afternoon on a Friday. I've got a few questions for you here. How many times have you testified on behalf of capital murder defendants in Texas?
In Texas specifically, I want to say 7 or 8 times.
Okay. And how many total?
Probably about 15 total.
And in fact, if I remember correctly, you were in Eastland in January doing the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Testifying as to the brain abnormalities of the accident, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And I noticed in this, I think you called it your professor. Is that what you called it?
Professor Bode, yes.
All right. How many times do you think you've given that spiel being the professor?
I think I've only done it like that 2 or 3 times. I typically do a PowerPoint though.
Okay. Well, you had both today. You had you and the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Now, in this particular case, who hired you in this case?
I was hired by the defense attorney group.
Okay. And who's that?
So Susan Anderson in particular.
And how many times do you think you've worked for them in the past?
Objection, relevant, John.
Over. Go ahead, sir.
I think 4 times. I'm not absolutely certain on the number.
4 times, including the one in Eastland, or just 4 times, including today?
4 times including today. So I don't believe that Ms. Anderson was involved in the Eastland case.
Her organization was involved in that case.
Objection, Your Honor, approach.
Sure, I'll disregard the last question asked by the prosecutor, okay?
Now, in this particular case, you had some scans ordered to be done on Mr. Horner, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and those were ordered by who?
So I believe that they were ordered by Dr. Yount. I think the PET may have also had an order from a Dr. Rouse.
Okay.
Rouse, R-O-U-S-E.
And in this particular case, just so we get this out of the way, what's your bill in this case?
So my total bill for everything has been about $40,000. That includes the costs for the actual scans.
Okay. And like I think we talked about in this case, you're not a doctor, psychologist, neuropsychologist. You're very clear about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can't make any type of medical diagnosis or conduct any type of psychological or psychological tests.
That is correct.
And in fact, you can't treat or diagnose patients as part of your profession.
That is correct.
So really, in this particular case, you can only really tell us about what you found, but you cannot connect what you found to any particular diagnosis.
Again, I can talk about it in the general sense, as I did, that there are certain brain imaging findings that are consistent with diagnoses. You can't make the diagnosis from the imaging findings alone.
And by looking at something that you see, I'm just going to make sure I'm clarifying this here. You can't say that any particular defendant, including the defendant in this case, has any particular diagnosis just by looking at this.
That is correct. So I can't say that he has abnormal brain structure and function, but I cannot do a diagnosis.
All right. Now, the 3 reports that you did in this case, you said EEG, I'm trying to do them in the same order, MRI and a PET scan, right?
That is correct.
And with regard to the EEG and the PET scan, the MRI and the PET scan, both the doctors who read those indicated that the defendant's brain in this case was functioning within normal limits.
So the clinical interpretation of those scans is that there are no abnormalities there are no gross abnormalities on the MRI. There are no gross metabolic abnormalities on the PET scan. That is correct.
Right. And in fact, if now you don't have any report from the PET scan, right?
I do not. It is possible that the facility did one, but I do not have that.
You got a report from the one on the MRI, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was done by Dr., how do you say his last name?
Dwayne Buono.
Buono, B-U-O-N-O?
Yes, sir.
And he's in Florida, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said he's a board-certified radiologist?
I believe he's a board-certified neuroradiologist.
Neuroradiologist?
Yeah, I think so. I know he's a board-certified radiologist. I know he did a fellowship in neuroradiology. I'm not sure about the details of the certification there.
All right. And as a result of that, he says things in his report, just going to make sure I get this right, that things are unremarkable, normal, so on and so forth. Is that right?
Yes, and that's very, very common in psychiatric conditions.
But that's what our medical doctor here says?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, I think that with regard to the MRI and the PET scan, you indicated that most of the things on there were normal and intact. Is that what you said?
Yes, most of the areas we look at are normal and intact. There were several that were abnormal, particularly on the PET.
And I think that we saw, and I'm not going to try to get into the beta, gamma, theta wave thing with you. You said there were some things that looked like they had fast squiggles and slow squiggles.
So those are the definitions of the beta and the delta waves.
Okay.
Yes.
But I think you also said that at some point that with regard to the test, you get false positives on that test at some point, correct?
So on any test, you can get false positives. There's a statistical technique known as a Benjamini-Huckeberg correction for multiple comparisons that I also applied to the data. That isolates the ones that are more likely to be true positive versus false positive findings.
And you indicated that the defendant, I think, and I'm not trying to butcher your terminology here, but he had low FA values and that affected short-term memory.
So he has low FA values in the fornix.
Okay.
The fornix typically supports short-term memory. I can't look at the imaging and say there's fornix abnormalities, therefore he must have memory deficits. Again, these are neurobiological correlates of these things. It would be up to somebody doing cognitive testing to say that he actually has those deficits.
Right. And so with regard to that, that's not going to prevent him from having long-term memory that would keep him from understanding that it's wrong not to kill someone.
So generally, fornix damage does not impact long-term memory. That is correct.
And it's not wrong to kidnap someone.
again, fornix damage would not have him forget that information.
Now, when I'm looking at all these abnormalities that you're talking about, and you described a whole lot of stuff, okay, and I'm not gonna try to talk about all the technology behind it, but how is it with all of this stuff that the defendant is not just sitting in a room drooling somewhere?
Sure. Yeah, so there are levels of abnormalities. These techniques are very, very sensitive. This profile of abnormalities is still on the relatively mild side. So these are the types of abnormalities that we see in individuals with psychiatric dysfunction, with things like autism spectrum disorders. The fact that he has a lot of them, doesn't mean he's a fully demented individual.
Okay. And I guess what I'm asking is that, in this case, I guess what I'm asking, how is it possible that he can function, for example, drive a car, read a map, things of that nature, if he has all of these abnormalities and things that you're talking about?
So again, it matters where the abnormalities are. His abnormalities are predominantly in the social cognition system. So he has orbital frontal cortex compromise, but he doesn't have compromise of dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. He doesn't have compromise in the brain areas that support the types of skills that you just mentioned.
So, but with regard to what you're talking about today, you haven't watched the videos in this case, have you?
No, sir.
You didn't watch any of the evidence as far as what happened in this case?
No, sir.
So you can't comment as to whether or not he has any specific real-world deficits. You can't make those comments.
I can't from the imaging. I can say that people in general with these profiles have deficits in social cognition. I cannot specifically say that Mr. Horner has deficits in social cognition other than from the information that's in the record. So the diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, the core feature of that is social cognition disruption.
Now let's talk a little bit about, we talk a lot about the human brain, okay? And you'll agree with me that the human brain has an amazing ability to adapt and function despite many factors that come into play.
It can, yes.
Right? And when we talk about, you gave an example, I think, of all the things you compare your test brain to. What was that called? The sample of all the people?
The neurotypical database.
Neurotypical data. And there's not really anything such as a normal brain. Nobody has the same brain, do they?
Not exactly the same. So the neurotypical database takes into account the normal variability.
And it is possible that everyone has potentially some form of abnormality going on, but that doesn't mean they have any deficits.
So again, what you would see is, depending on how many things you measure, you would see that an individual subject might have one or two abnormalities. Again, this is this multiple comparison problem. We use the Benjamini-Hochberg to address that issue. So the number of abnormalities that Mr. Horner has, we would see in less than 0.01% of the population.
So even with any abnormality and even with some deficits, you're not telling us that a person is going to act a certain way?
Again, I can only talk about the general, this is what it's correlated with. From the imaging alone, I cannot say anything specific about Mr. Horner's behavioral pattern.
I'm talking about anyone. You can't say any person will act a certain way.
Not explicitly, that is
You
correct.
can't say whether or not they'll commit crimes.
Correct,
And you can't say whether or not they'll engage in any particular conduct.
correct.
And for example, I mean, we have individuals out there, let's say, my example I thought of was football players. You'd agree with me that they may have some brain injury at some point. Would you agree with that?
Many of them, yes.
But that doesn't automatically mean that they have deficits
Right.
It doesn't explicitly and automatically mean that. It means that they are much more likely to, but for an individual person, I can't say, hey, I got this finding, therefore this person must have this deficit. You can't do that from the imaging.
Right, and you said you got a grant from our special operations warfighters, correct?
Correct.
And in that particular field, we've got a lot of military service members and veterans that may have some abnormality due to a combat injury. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be somehow unable to continue defending our country.
Again, not necessarily, but on average, they have compromised skills that compromise operational readiness, which is why SOCOM is funding us to look for therapeutics.
Now, let's break this down a little bit. We've been talking about the brain. Will you agree with me that the brain and a person's mind are different?
There's lots of theoretical work on that. That's a philosophical debate. I will say that the way that one's mind interacts with the world is through the brain. And so if your brain is damaged, how your mind is going to interact with the world is highly likely to be compromised.
But your mind, you'll agree with me, is where we get the person's reasoning, motive, things of that nature, right?
But it's all filtered through the brain. So I see that dress as yellow and white. I cannot free will myself to think that that dress is black and blue. And so the way that your mind, if you want to call it that, perceives the world, interacts with the world, is through the brain. So if your brain is damaged, the information going into your mind, the information coming out of your mind is going to be compromised.
And so when you're talking about that, use the term free will. Your testing's not going to be able to determine free will in an individual, does it?
No, absolutely not.
And then neuroscience really doesn't have anything to do with person's free will, does it?
Again, there's lots of neuroscience written about free will and mental status.
But your neuroscience, you're not able to distinguish between those who cannot control their impulses and the people who choose not to control their impulses.
I cannot clearly distinguish between that. That is correct.
How many brains do you think you've scanned?
Across conditions, I've probably been involved in the evaluation of about 7,000 brains.
And the stuff you're looking at, what we're talking about today, Mr. Horner's brain, right? This is not the first time you've seen stuff like that before.
It's not. This is one of the rare occasions where there are so many nodes, specifically within the social cognition network. But I've seen other abnormalities, again, more commonly related to things like TBI as opposed to autism spectrum disorder.
And you were in here and you heard the last witness in here, did you not? The nice speech therapy lady?
Yes, sir.
And you heard from her that she said that autism did not cause this crime. You can't disagree with that.
I do not disagree with that.
That's what it is. Read Rick.
Judge, I will, have nothing further. Thank you.
May Dr. LeWine be excused finally?
You may.
Thank you, sir. Our next witness will be testifying remotely, so I need a few minutes to set up everything, okay? Okay, everybody, give me a few minutes. I need the state's HDMI cable.
It's up there, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay.
speakers up on this. Oh, okay, oh, I got you. Yeah. Well, as you approach, and then just, and I think the mic will pick you up. Huh? We good? All right, everyone may be seated, I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goble.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Bigler, could you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Aaron, E-R-I-N, David Bigler, B as in boy, I-G-L-E-R.
And you don't have to go into detail, so the court's giving you permission to testify remotely for some health issues, right?
That is correct.
What are your major areas of training and expertise?
Well, I'm Professor Emeritus of Psychology and Neuroscience at Brigham Young University, and I was formerly Professor of Psychology and Neuroscience at the University of Texas at Austin. Also held an appointment at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio when I was in Texas. I'm a clinical neuropsychologist, licensed, board certified in that specialty, and I'm a cognitive neuroscientist and researcher as well as a clinician.
And does that include expertise in neuropsychology and neurophysiology and neurophysiological diagnostics and neuroimaging?
Yes, those are all of my specialty areas. I was a postdoctoral fellow at the Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix, Arizona, before taking my position at the University of Texas and the State Hospital there in Austin. And then I was recruited back to Brigham Young University to help develop their neuroscience program and all of those specialty areas that you just mentioned.
And have you been published in those fields?
Yes, I've been a professor all those years and directed, I established and directed the brain imaging and behavior laboratory. I also developed the magnetic resonance imaging research center at Brigham Young University and directed that until my retirement in 2018 as a professor and director of large laboratories involved in research. I've published extensively in the peer-reviewed literature on the interface of brain imaging and behavior, which was the name of my laboratory.
Did you also publish textbooks or book chapters?
Yes, I've published 12 different textbooks, working on the 6th edition of one of the textbooks that I've co-authored, and 80 some odd book chapters and over 400 peer-reviewed articles in the field.
Have you received any awards or scholarships?
Yes, I've received a number of awards, both nationally and internationally, and I've lectured nationally and internationally and lectured at most of the major universities here in the United States.
And have you received any grants or fellowships?
Yes. As I mentioned, I fellowship trained in neurophysiology and neuropsychology. That was a long time ago, 1974 to 77. And I've been a co-investigator on numerous grants over the years. They're detailed in my vita.
And did you examine Tanner Horn?
I did not.
So were you asked to give any specific opinions or diagnoses of cancer?
I was not.
Were you asked to testify regarding brain anatomy and brain functioning in neuropsychiatric disorders generally?
Yes, that was what I was asked to do, to assist his counsel in understanding brain anatomy and brain function and contemporary methods for evaluating structure and function of the human brain.
Okay, and did you review some materials in preparation for testifying?
I did.
And did you observe Dr. Lewine's testimony earlier today?
I did.
So it was kind of a mouthful for what we asked you to do. We brought it to the jury in our opening about how important the brain is. Did we ask you really to educate on how the brain and behavior interrelate?
Yes. In fact, the motto of my research lab was every behavior has an anatomy. The behavior emerges first in the brain and then outwardly in behavior.
Now, I have a model brain here, so you can direct me, you can use that to explain anything. But can you please start by describing brain anatomy and brain functions for the jury?
Yeah, so I believe that the model that you have is, I have an older version of the model that you have, and I'm holding that up here. We saw some diagrams in Dr. Lewine's presentation. This is a model. So it typically starts with the 4 lobes. So this is the frontal lobe, this is the parietal lobe, this is the occipital lobe, and I'm holding the brain here by the temporal lobe, and down here is the cerebellum, and this is the brainstem. And then if we turn it, this is called medial, if we turn it medially here, now we're looking at the inner part of the left hemisphere. And there's a couple of important areas here that were talked about. This area here is that orbital frontal area that Dr. Lewine was talking about. And then this area right here that looks like a curve here, or a bridge. In fact, that's actually the Latin part of it. It's the fornix. This is the fornix. And the back of the fornix comes out of the temporal lobe, and then it dives into a structure here called the thalamus, and then there's projection that comes up into the cortex, but in particular to this area right here, which is called the cingulate gyrus here. So that's a brief overview of some of the main areas of the brain, and I'm happy to discuss their function in more detail if need be.
Yeah, can you talk briefly? I think Dr. Lewine mentioned but didn't go into much detail about how different parts of the brain, he gave a few examples, different parts of the brain control different functions, and he mentioned sort of networks. Can you talk some about what neural networks are?
Yes, neural networks are very important because the brain functions always as a unit. Dr. Lewine mentioned that the brain processes 100 trillion signals every moment of our existence. It's incredibly complex. There's nothing more complex than the human brain. And so you have these major hubs in the brain, and then you have these nodes that connect to the hubs. Dr. Lewine used those particular terms. He also showed telephone poles or power lines. Now, of course, we have cell phones, so it's a little bit of an older analogy. But the connector part of the telephone analogy, that is that axon, and he showed a diagram of that axon. In the classroom, I would demonstrate it like this. So I'd hold my arm up. This is the cell body. This is where, of the neuron, this is where all the metabolic machinery is taking place. These are the dendrites. They're communicating with other axons. This is where the synapse occurs. And then there's one singular process that comes out of the cell body. It can branch into multiple areas, but then it terminates in the synaptic area to communicate with the next. And so you have major hubs and you have minor hubs, and they form these networks because they connect to all of these different nodes. So there's not just one area dedicated in the brain that carries out function. It's multiple areas working contiguously and simultaneously to generate first perceptions and initial processing, and then to actually generate behavior. I always like to use the analogy of roads, highways, freeways, interstates. When I was a professor at the University of Texas, I would drive up to Dallas often. I did things with the different universities up there. And, I-35 is a nice direct route until you get just outside of Dallas. And then all these other highways, freeways, and interstates start to connect. So that's a hub. Fort Worth is a big hub. But you can go anywhere in the United States now once you get to one of those hubs. The brain is exactly the same way. Everything is interconnected.
So can you describe, I guess, kind of how that, I understand the analogy, but how does that end up controlling behavior through the way that those networks connect?
Well, each one of those hubs, each one of those particular networks is subserving a different aspect of behavior. And so one of the areas that Dr. Lewine spoke of is this orbital frontal area. The reason it's called the orbital frontal area is it sits just above the orbit, the eye socket. And so this was referred to as the orbital frontal area because this is the frontal part of the brain. Well, this orbital frontal area has a direct connection with the temporal lobe. And the temporal lobe has these brain structures called the limbic system. And they're regulators of emotion, including emotional tone. This area up here is called the dorsal lateral, and then as you move forward, prefrontal cortex. This is the slower, more contemplative, decision-making part of the brain. This is the more emotional, reactive part of the brain. If there's an imbalance between these areas, then emotion can override contemplative behavior. And this is one of the things that Dr. Lewine was talking about in terms of social cognition, because social cognition gets tied in to emotional processing, emotional regulation, and emotional tone.
Now, if I can throw in a little question the state had earlier. Are there sometimes, or some ways that the brain can try to overcome any sort of issues with the network?
Yes, well, again, some of the things from, let me start back with the brain develops as an experience-dependent organ. So it interacts with the environment, and the environment changes the brain interacts with the environment. It's a back and forth process that takes place. This upper part of the frontal cortex, which is slower and contemplating, and the temporal area and the orbital frontal area are emotionally reactive. So one of the old adages of counting to 10, for example, before you say something, is allowing the frontal lobe to take better control and dampen down emotions. But if emotions arise, then they cut off that contemplative part of the frontal cortex, and inappropriate behaviors come from that.
So when you have the disciplines of psychology, psychiatry, medicine, trying to deal with psychiatric disorders or developmental disorders, is that where they're actually affecting the brain, correct?
Yes, that's where, all behavioral function, and from the standpoint of psychiatric disorders, it's really brain health. Psychiatric disorders are not some ethereal thing that's happening independent of the brain. They are, in fact, related to the brain. Excuse me.
And I believe Dr. Lewine referred to the philosophical idea of the mind, but we're talking about the physical brain and how it directly affects how we behave.
That's correct, because the brain is involved in perception. You have the perception, and then Dr. Lewine used the example of language processing, that in the right-handed individual typically starts here in the temporal area, but for it to actually be expressed as language, that has to communicate up here. Using various imaging techniques, one in the laboratory can actually watch that process happen, and then the behavior emerges, but it's the brain that's driving that behavior.
Tell the jury more about that. Is imaging one of the ways that you detect these, you determine the neural networks? Is that what the research has shown?
Yes, that's a major part of contemporary research looking at cognition and behavior.
And what kind of imaging are we talking about?
All of the imaging that was discussed today, electroencephalography, magnetic resonance imaging, positron emission tomography.
So those are commonly used in scientific and forensic setting and clinical settings.
That's all correct.
So can you please explain how quantitative abnormalities would affect the neural networks?
So where one has to start, if you go back to the actual imaging, so Dr. Lewine spoke of the T1 weighted MRI. Well, that MRI is showing you the basic anatomy. In fact, the anatomy is so good on a T1 weighted MRI that it approximates what you would do at postmortem. So you could have a postmortem view and a side-by-side MRI, and you would see that they're very similar. But the resolution on MRI just takes you down to a millimeter. Well, in a single cubic millimeter of cortical brain tissue, you have somewhere around 100,000 neurons, and you have somewhere around 5 million synapses just in that little one millimeter area. And so, when you're looking at the clinical scan, which was discussed this morning, you're looking at the gross anatomy, but you're not looking at the cellular level. You're having to make some inferences about that. And where the quantitative imaging assists is it's like artificial intelligence in a way. It's taking a deeper dive into the data. And as Dr. Lewine explained, that T1 weighted image gives you 3 tissue types. Gray matter, that's where the cell bodies and the synapses occur. White matter, that's that singular process axon that then connects with other cells, and cerebral spinal fluid, CSF. The computer programs allow you to then what's called segment into white matter, gray matter, and cerebral spinal fluid. And then through a variety of very eloquent algorithms, it allows you to then classify those areas. You saw the images that had the colors. Those are classified images that are identifying specific areas of the brain. And now, because this was what's called a volume acquisition MRI, you know the parameters, and you can define these areas, we call them regions of interest. You can define those areas, and then you can quantify their volume. You can actually do even more. You can measure their shape, their contour, the surface area. So there's a number of metrics. The only ones that were applied here were volumetric analyses. But it's giving you a window into a more detailed aspect of brain structure when you're looking at the MRI. And the PET imaging is telling you something more about metabolic function, and the EEG is telling you something more about the physiologic function of the brain. This is what's called multimodality imaging, where you take this imaging and you integrate it to best understand what the imaging data is telling you about that individual.
Okay, and just to clarify real quick, when you're talking about the MRI was equivalent to a postmortem, basically saying if you took a brain out and looked at it and looked at the MRI, those are going to be matched up, right?
That's correct.
And you're talking about the PET scan being metabolic. Can you tell me what that means?
Well, as Dr. Lewine testified, there's a radio tracer that is labeled to glucose. The neuron, and like Dr. Lewine indicated, there's close to 100 billion neurons. And there's another set of cells called glial cells that are just as frequent, sometimes more. So you have in excess of 200 billion cells. They have no capacity to store oxygen or glucose. They always have to have oxygen and glucose. And so if you have a radio tracer that labels the glucose, then you can monitor the uptake. And then as Dr. Lewine was showing, you're from a quantitative PET analysis standpoint, you're looking at either increased or decreased activity from whatever the basic baseline would be in comparison to that neurotypical normative sample.
That was the other thing I was asking. At a more basic level, your brain has to have glucose to function, correct?
Oh, yes.
And that's one of the reasons why testing where that's going and how it's moving is important.
It's measuring the uptake of that radioactive particle as it's being metabolized.
Can you explain to the jury how neural network pathology relates to psychiatric disorders?
Well, one of the very interesting aspects of psychiatric disorders is it almost doesn't matter which psychiatric disorder one is looking at. Some of the key areas of the brain that are typically going to be involved, and that's true of all of the psychiatric disorders that have been discussed concerning Mr. Horner. It involves that inferior frontal area, the temporal lobe, and structures inside the temporal lobe called the hippocampus and the amygdala. The fornix takes that information from the hippocampus and some from the amygdala and transfers it to other parts of the brain. These are parts that are referred to as the limbic system. And so again, whether we're looking at depression, anxiety disorder, schizophrenia, whatever psychiatric condition we're looking at, the more common aberrations that are shown with these kinds of quantitative and multimodality techniques is that these areas of the brain are affected in some way, at some level.
Now, you mentioned before that Dr. Lewine's combination of those three tests is kind of a model for how you look at neural networks. Is that typical in the forensic and scientific community?
That's correct.
And I believe, let me ask you another question. As far as things that can affect the brain, affect the neural networks, does that include things like toxic exposure, examples of fetal alcohol, lead, or toxic stress?
That's correct.
Things like neurodevelopmental disorders like autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, are those things that you can also show a neurological link?
Correct.
We haven't talked much about psychiatric disorders, but are things like, I guess Lewine may refer to mood disorders, things like that. Those are also things that actually are grounded in your brain and your neural network. Is that correct?
Yes, I mean, within those systems that I was talking about, there's a valence, a balance. And if there's underlying neurologic dysfunction, that balance can go off keel. And one can be overly emotional or emotionally reactive or display deficits in judgment or conforming behavior to societal standards. All of those things can happen.
One more thing to clarify, I didn't remember the term. I think it was multimodality. Can you just break that down for me real quick?
Well, yes. So MRI is considered to be structural when you're using that T1 and some of the other imaging sequences. But one of the other things that Dr. Lewine did is the diffusion tensor imaging, which allows you to look at pathways, and you can actually apply what are called diffusion metrics to assess the integrity of those pathways. So that's telling you structure. The PET scan is telling you about metabolic activity, and the EEG is telling you about the physiology of the brain, how the brain is reacting and connecting. And one of the things he talked about, Dr. Lewine talked about, is coherence. So areas that are showing connectivity will have somewhat similar coherence. So it allows you to look at how the network is connecting. And then as you go across these different modalities of imaging, you can make more inferences about how the brain is functioning and how that structural aspect of the brain relates to function.
Now, Can you tell the jury a little bit about the difference between the clinical use of those imaging to detect gross abnormalities versus the clinical looking at more the quantitative, those other issues, and the forensic and scientific use of those different imaging?
Well, one of the things that's happening is a movement towards what's called precision medicine, and that's taking advantage of artificial intelligence, the power of these methods for rapidly examining the brain. And this is likely to become standard fare within, in my opinion, in the next 5 to 10 years, so that it's one thing to look at a brain and the first line of assessment of a brain is to see, is there a medical necessity there? Is there a tumor? Is there a vascular lesion? Is there something that needs attention, an infection? Once that is confirmed not to be there, then you're looking at, is there any kind of major developmental abnormality, any other kind of deviation? And when those things are not present, there is a tremendous amount of information that is in that scan, but it's not looked at. But it can be now with the technologies that we have. And so what's happening in cognitive neuroscience, in clinical neuropsychology, is that it's moving in that direction. So, for example, Dr. Lewine mentioned Alzheimer's disease. This is one of the areas where it's really happening quite quickly. So as a neuropsychologist, I can administer tests that can measure memory, but I'm not necessarily looking specifically at the memory network. But with imaging, using especially diffusion tensor imaging, structural quantitative imaging, I can look at the different components of that. And so if I'm working up an Alzheimer's patient, then I want to know that, I don't want to know just that the brain kind of looks normal. I want to know what's the size of the hippocampus, what's the connection of the hippocampus with the rest of the brain, and all of those things. So that's happening right now. It will move into the clinical world, in my opinion, in the next 5 to 10 years. Right now, it's primarily a research tool.
So that's when we're talking about the computer analysis. Is that becoming more available? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I mean, the supercomputers are, so one of the, when I lecture on this, one of the slides I have is that every quantitative aspect of imaging analysis had to be done by hand, tracing the structures. When I started this when I was at the University of Texas. Now, we can do all of these major quantitative analyses in a matter of a few minutes. It would take days to do that on an individual patient or client in the past, and now it can be done in a few minutes. And with supercomputers, it can be even done faster.
So the analysis itself is not new. That's something that's backed by research and studies.
Yes, we first published on quantitative image analysis back in the 1980s.
Here, I'll pass it.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Dr. Bigler, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, good. You did not do an evaluation on Tanner Horner, the defendant in this case, correct?
No, I did not see him, evaluate him, or anything else.
Have you ever met Tanner Horner?
No.
you're here today just to testify, I guess, in general or educational reasons?
Correct.
And you're not testifying that Tanner Horner didn't know right from wrong, are you?
I am not.
And you're not saying that autism caused this crime? Doctor,
I don't know, we heard it.
did you hear the question?
Oh, right from wrong?
No, I'm sorry, the question was, you're not saying that autism was the cause of the crime in this case?
No.
And we asked this question to all of our experts, but were you paid for your testimony today?
I was.
And what is your total bill in this case?
It's about $4,000.
And is that including your testimony today?
No, it'd be another $1,000 or so for today.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Reader,
Nothing
No,
further.
Judge, thank you.
may, would the doctor be excused finally?
Yes, Judge.
Doctor, thank you very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Okay, we're done for